trading bot for 30 days in advance.
To trade this name to the short side. I had written down on here, obviously, $45. When I wrote that, we were at 43.80, 44. So I was like, a key level that I really wanted to look at was 45, and I don't think it's rocket science. Look at yesterday. Here's 45 right here. So I was just hoping that if the CPI, if this candle went this way, then we'd be right here, but unfortunately it didn't. So now we're gonna have to look at shorting in and around here, most likely 43.50-ish in change. So like I said, this would not surprise me at all if half of this comes back into the market almost immediately. So let's just wait to see what happens. Again, 44, I'm gonna change my short. I was gonna be 45, let's just go to 44. Like, as if Intel can get anywhere near there, I feel like it's going to be a short. But again, it would not surprise me if these futures rally back up here about 100 points, even maybe a little bit more than that on the open. I don't know if we'll take VWAP, but I could see a nice rally back here immediately on the open. Let's see if we're right. I'm not willing to go long right now, but if Intel ever does have any kind of movement, I want to short it. And then, like I said already, it's a fugazi, this stock, NVIDIA. Just keep upgrading it, guys. It's not going to work. Earnings are coming on the 21st. This name will get hit today for sure. We've already bounced off 700. We shorted this name yesterday. We shorted it the day before. We've been talking short in the market for a while. Let's just see what happens now. NVIDIA finally getting the juice now with the NASDAQ, finally getting the juice to give up some of this. Will FOMO come into the name? Yes, it will. At what point? I don't know. I think a reasonable buy is in and around 680, and I could see that happening today.
PayPal, we saw on the downgrade side of the board this morning from analysts, 3.6% right now. I mean, this thing was down anyways off of earnings. So more jumping on the bandwagon here. This is 58 bucks trying to hold desperately for PYPL.
Yeah, a couple of comments on this name today, Brendo. One is from Macquarie. They're maintaining coverage without performing a target of 75. However, Daiwa Capital's Kazuya Nimashura, sorry if I butchered that, actually downgrading it to neutral and lowering the price target down to 62 from 64. So a couple of contrarian little opinions here.
It's worth noting oil's back to the upside here in a pretty good way. Some volume on oil futures right now as well, higher.
Before, I might have said yesterday Oxy was reporting today. I apologize for that. Oxy reports after the bell tomorrow. I'm 99% sure I said that. So that'll be on the market recap show. I'll be interested in Oxy because I made a swing that's not going anywhere on that bad boy. But PayPal, this is what we've been talking about. You can want something to happen, but when the numbers come out and the stock tanks like $3, you've got to adjust. So I mean, 58, 59 instead of 60. I kind of pivoted to Square, and I was sort of talking about that one. It's got some levels to work with as well, previous support to resistance. So you're going to have 67 area and the 68 area that I think can come into play on that one. But I'm really just thinking short the pops here and what comes in first. My gut is telling me that it's going to be one of the chip names, Affirm, or one of the Bitcoin-related names that's going to come in first for a short. I doubt I'm going to get into Square unless something extreme happens at the open.
Yeah, so I wrote down here on the sticky note, you can go find it at Trader TV Sean, 60.50. But as Neil just mentioned, we were looking at that name when we were up here at 59.50. So I thought like a dollar bump into that level would have been something, $60.50. So unfortunately, that's not coming through. And now it's downside. I just put an offer at 59 for PayPal. So that's something that I like there for this one. And we're going to have to wait to see where we go in this market as we only have a few more minutes before this happens. Look at this, Warren Buffett right now. Look at these dividends that this guy's collecting, $5.2 billion in dividend income from just these 7 stocks. So go have a look. It's just interesting because Oxy reports and Coke was today.
Coke was today
as well. So that's he's correcting me, just about $6 billion in dividends this year. a paltry $6 billion in dividends. All right, 15 seconds, and here we go. I'm going to be looking to short some Intel off the jump. We'll have to watch that crazy stock called ARM and see if that can extend a little bit. Here we go. It is 7 seconds. It's a Dara. That's a chicken. And here we go. 3, 2, 1. Adair's like, what the hell is they talking about with a chicken? There was a chicken on screen. There, that's my desktop.
Should be.
Yeah, that's my desktop over there. The Trader TV Live chicken. Because we will have, I'm not going to hit the chicken dinner winner because I don't have anything on board yet. But let's go. We did talk about a possible move up. Let's just see what's happening. Bitcoin right now, 49er in change. We're going to have to wait to see what happens right now. See if there's any of these names to buy. JP Morgan heading nicely up to the upside. JP Morgan and some of these bank names starting to go.
Like AMD just broke the lows. Forget about shorting the pop. AMD just flushed $3 here. Tell me like a firm or something is making some kind of a move that we can fade. And again, we're just sitting at these lows. You always want to be patient. Patience is a virtue. But this is one of those days where if you don't get, I don't want to short the bottoms at 9:30. You know, it is what it is. So we're going to try to be patient with it. But you saw like AMD flash to the downside. BGLC, I adjusted to where I wanted to dip by to in front of the 90 level. Looks like it held that dollar level again. So this small cap, it's about to halt. So BGLC is going into a potential halt at 122 here. Oh, I missed that dip. I'll cancel that order. I don't need that sitting out there in case it opens lower. But bit of a miss the second time through on BGLC. It's now halted upside.
Okay, so we were right about a little bit of a market bump. I mean, Google, not the market, but some of these stocks. Google went from 143.50 all the way to 145.50, and now is trying to figure itself out. Google down 2%. I don't mind shorting it against that VWAP, which is right there at 145. So if Google does make a move back up to the upside, I kind of like that short. But there we go, we're short into it now. But just against 145, we can get the heck out of here if this does break on Google. So we have to be a little bit patient with this one as market's starting to bounce a little bit, as we kind of called. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like we didn't call that. That high right there is 145.20 right now for Google. So we're going to put a stop in and around there.
So Shopify was a potential SSR play that we were talking about off the bottoms. It just tagged 77s and bounced here. So down over 10%. You know what that means. Well, if you don't know what that means, short sell restricted. We'll probably get into it if you're not sure. But I want to look for the long off that first even dollar that held. So any kind of dip back in that gives me a shot at that 77 level. You got to trade what's in front of you, and at least this is giving you some kind of level to work off of, because we're not going to get that short the pop we wanted in some of these other names. No question about it. Intel's at 43. That is also potentially setting up here for a bit of a bounce long. I thought we'd get 42.5 for that, but if it wants to hold that even dollar level, look at the wick under. That's a bit of a liquidity grab. I like the higher lows for a scalp back to VWAP in situations like that.
All right, here we go. Let's give some props up at least. Here goes Google now down in the money, 25 cents. We do have a new position in AMD. There goes Google. Let's see if it can fade, man. I'm bidding some 22s right now. We'll see if we can get a little bit lower. We did take an AMD short, but this one may be short-lived. As if we do get too much above where we are right now, 167 and change for AMD, we're going to get out. But we already took a little bit of profit on that trade, but not that much. So we'll see if the futures want to run up or down right now. But hey, man, we're 2 for 2 right now, trying to be patient. I don't know. This Google trade could not work out. I mean, we're short at 67. We just got a couple fills. We just bounced off the 50 period of 17 there. So yeah, I don't know. But we're going to be short here just for a minute to see if this does want to work out. I said we could rally here off the open. So it's 9:33. The market's thinking about doing something here. I'm going to zoom in to get a little bit of a better look. We're still bouncing off the 50 period. Here comes AMD. It looks like we did it again here.
AMD looking like it's a weak one. What's actually very strong right now is Tesla. We didn't really talk about Tesla. Apologies for that, but it's about to break the 185. I like 190. You can forget about that anytime soon. Got to watch this 185 pretty heavily.
Bye-bye.
Intel is now gonzo. Well, not gonzo. Gonzo from the 43 level. So it turns from that into load. There we go. It turns from that into first opportunity at a fade. I'm still sitting offer on AMD. I'm a little bit higher. And, of course, Square, Affirm, and those crypto names. So if we're back underneath 66 on Square, I think I want to take a shot at this one off the local high. We wanted the short pops. If it doesn't get to 67, I'm just going to play even dollar setups every single chance that we get. Riot and Mara and Coinbase are also in play. Mara is making a bit of a bounce. It's starting to get to the first level that I wanted to look short, which is that first even dollar. You can see the 25.5 I got marked off here.
All right, so we were able to get a decent fill there at 40 for 40 cents or so on AMD. It's here right now. So here's another 40 cents. Let's see if it wants to continue to the downside. It looks like Google's trying to get a little bit of breath up here. So we'll try to short a little bit more. We already got some decent fills, but definitely, I apologize for these charts. Like, I can't just sit here and edit these wicks like over and over again. So we're gonna have to wait for them to eventually get going. But yeah, there is some pushback here in the market. So let's just be as patient as we possibly can. We keep saying that, but that's what I mean. Like, there's no point in rushing into anything right now. I'm going to get out if this takes 167.20s or so, just because that's about how much we're taking on this trade. We did re-average into Google, but again, we have a target of this one breaking 145.20. So if that happens, that happens. Here comes the market. We mentioned it possibly going back up to the upside. So the name that I want to short is Intel. So there goes AMD. Out of AMD, small hit there, but Intel is the name that I'm looking at. Look at this. Here we go. Here we go. It's not a dramatic move, but it is starting to get bought back up. We said that names like possibly Softy, so on and so forth, could get bought up again as well. So let's watch out to see if this does happen. We are short here on Google, and Adara has something.
Really nice pop right off the open for TripAdvisor. TRIP up 16% right now, announcing that they've formed a special committee of independent members of the board of directors to evaluate proposals. So nice look here for TRIP up 16%, guys.
Okay, well, I got a new position alert. I feel like that's a little louder than it usually is.
I like that.
Maybe that's just on us. I got a couple of the animations that I needed to get for a while now. Thank you, Fabian. But 168, the even dollars come into play. This is still a wipeout bottom at the open, that candle. So you got to watch out for potential breakouts here. If it gets past 168 quarter, I'm going to give up the ghost looking for that short on AMD, because if it can't hold this, I think we just got to get away from that. Square still holding pretty much at the money somehow, despite this market rally. This is wild. Like, Intel's only at 43.50. Like, it felt like that should, like, we were just screaming into the upside, and it's holding that 50 level. I don't think we're going to see the even dollar there.
No, I almost think.
I don't want to wait for.
Think this is a long.
I don't want to wait for.
Right.
You get the FOMO because you're like, oh, is it going to get the even dollar? If it breaks from the 43.50 level on Intel, like, I feel like you're getting the money fills closer to that 44 area. So I'm into AMD here. Give it to that local high. But if it gets back down to 167, should take something out. Try to respect it. Square's making a power move. Tesla still looks incredibly strong. And just for anybody still in the ARM trade, this is now bouncing once again. Rationality be damned. It wants to go up. I'm going to leave it alone until it gets to some kind of a ridiculous level. If it goes ludicrous speed to the upside, that's when you take your shot at it.
So we called a 100-point move higher. Right now, it's 40 points higher from this bottom. So we'll see. We're starting to go. So again, it sucks to have made those calls and then just sitting and waiting for shorts to start to work out. We did get out of AMD. It's less than a cup of coffee. Trust me, I bought that matcha tea there. We were making some money yesterday on Disney. So this is a new position short, though. Yesterday, we ran this stock long. Let's see what Disney wants to do right now. It's right here at this 109. That's going to be a level that I'm going to be in and try to get short on all day right now. But again, like I said, we don't really need to do anything. The market is doing exactly what we thought it would do, and that's go to the upside. And here I am sitting in these shorts. So I'm already a little bit like meh right now on all of this. So let's just wait to make sure that we're right. We can check in on Palantir quickly to see what that's doing, up to 24 and change. Again, like, look, there it is. There's the bump back up. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's experience. Maybe it's whatever. But I had a feeling that we were going to head to the upside. Now we may be slowing a little bit down. We just had that wick right there. That could be something on the futures, right back into these highs. So let's now see. We're well short, man. We are well short. Disney, we are well short, and I need to address this one because we just got some more shares there on Disney. So let's punch a little bit out here at 76. And here we go, man. Disney, do not go into the gates of hell because it's a good personal account for me. Well, whatever. We're long at like 80 and change. But right now, Disney, let's see if it can fall back in just a little bit, as 50 Cent says. And we'll see if this one can make a nice move to the downside here into 108.50. It's a position, and it's a doozy. Hopefully, it's going to be Disney. Let's see if the market pulls back a little bit.
We're going to go quickly to Derek, but I got it of AMD when it broke that stop. Square is holding at the money right now, but Mara is at 26, so it's at that next even dollar level. Looking for the curl right here as we go to the desk with Adara.
Another small cap runner on watch here, DBGI. This is
Can you hear us now?
Group reaffirming its 2024 guidance.
Well, I tagged you and I said, hey, what's up, bud? And nothing. Giving me the cold shoulder.
Below $1 million, so it's 980,000 shares.
Dude, I'm so salty. What the fuck? I'm swinging a put. What the fuck?
The monster is in the building. Yeah, we talked about DBGI. What a great stock that is. We're gonna go with this. Ring some cash registers now because
Dude, what in the fuck?
we took a big position.
That's like a $1,000 swing, right?
Continues to go down now, man. We are now 40 cents in the money. We discussed this.
Wow.
Let's go. We didn't have a bid down there, did we? Oh no. I just put a bid.
It paid out really well.
42.
Yeah.
And we did not have that bid. So
You always bid 42.
yeah, we should have. Here we go, man. Google downside again. We're gonna see if basically we can go 250.
Wish you told us about it. Goddamn.
Is going to be a loser.
I did. I personally said puts.
It ain't over
It's
yet.
not
When did he say that?
really at all there for AMD. But,
Nigga,
we're
shut
in
the
big
hell
money
up.
right now. Google heading to the downside.
Lauren, I clearly said puts.
Disney really starting to go, but although we did miss
I
that
clearly
bottom,
no. I clearly said
trade
puts.
here,
And when after I came back in and I saw the market down, I was like, yeah, watch, puts are gonna be playing out tomorrow.
Let's bring Google down a little bit. I just took a 64. This is a day maker for me. Both of these positions are. Let's see if they can continue to go to the downside. We just talked about a possible bid there on the NASDAQ that got faded. So let's see if the market now wants to agree with me and come back into the downside. We have our stops. So if they do stop out, they do stop out. So let's get to the downside and see what happens.
Go ahead, punk. Make
What? I don't remember this.
I said make my day. I'm like, I'm waiting for it. I'm not gonna sit here and do impressions, but who gives a damn, man? I absolutely love Dirty Harry. He was legit. Let's get back to Mara. We waited patiently for this. I was more patient with Mara than I was with Square. I was like, get the pop, short the pop, and I'm still getting a bit of FOMO over Intel because it did break the 50s and went only to 60. But Mara popping out into 25. I'm going to respect. A bounce here would be that previous support level. If it holds on to that,
I don't even remember Bubs coming back.
I'll jump out, take some profit and run. I was much more patient here than I was with Block, but Block headed right back down into those.
I was just talking to Vinny at the end of,
5 quarters.
at the close.
Bid. That's about 50 cents in the money. We'll see if we can't get a little bit lower than this. And the FOMO
Yeah, he was.
for Intel. It is, look, we talk about this all the time. Like, it didn't feel like it was having a lot of trouble at 43.5. I was like, oh, you know, if it breaks higher, you could get that even dollar level. But
That's weird. I don't remember talking to Vinny.
On Intel, market go down.
I think it's time for calls.
Yeah, market go
I
down.
think it's time
We're
for
trying to
calls
go back up
now.
to the upside. So again, we're gonna have to watch some of these trades and make sure that we have the right positions on. You know what? I really like.
Yeah.
How
much do you make?
We did get out of Disney. We didn't.
I'm
have
filled right now
Disney
at 66 cents.
But we did get out of some Disney.
Nice.
We have less than half of that position. I was thinking about Amazon. Like we
Oh, okay. One day I was
back
like,
up to the upside. Amazon
what?
just put 250 on that move. Like they were down here at 166.50, and it's up 169.50, $3. Amazon put up there.
Mhm.
So wow.
Yeah, I got
Disney
two.
swinging back. Yeah, man, that's
I got 2 calls right now. I got 2 calls at 496.
And sitting into some shorts. So okay, that's fine. Like I said, we're just gonna have to wait. We're not day ruiners here or anything like that on little moves. So it's only
day
9.
traders, not day ruiners. I like that.
No, yeah,
It's on a t-shirt.
exactly. I mean, you know, if you use bigger shares, you got to have tighter stops. So our stops are where they are right now, and they're pretty tight. So if Disney does break in and around,
Yeah, wow, AV goes down 2%.
Get out of that, but here it comes. Nice little fade. Okay, that's happening for us. What's not happening for us right now is Google. We said 145.22. That's sort of been, I wish I could zoom in a little bit. That was sort of some of these wick tops right there. It's 145.23 or so. That needs to come back. But what's coming back?
Damn, AI is down almost 8%.
One more time. This will be a big stock here for Disney. But again, it could blow up. Let's just continue to take some out, make sure that we're right on this, and then hope for a pullback a little bit in Google. I mean, the market's making the move we thought it would, but again, we're only short. So let's just wait for that. AMD's dropping a bit. Yeah, I mean, I could probably get back into that, Jay Lee, for you, but for right now, I'm into these shorts. Yeah, there's AMD off the 200. Yeah, good call. I mean, that's something there for sure. Check back in on ARM, 135 and change. The damage I'm about to do on ARM could be soon, but 138 is trying to hold on ARM right now. So we'll have to wait to see if that is a level. I still feel like it's a little early for me to step into ARM, but we'll wait. Hopefully this market pulls back, but it's really Disney's. Yeah, I'm on the wrong stock.
Well, the Nasdaq's making a bit of a curl here. If you're watching the market, there was this bounce to the upside. Now I just jinxed it. We're now curling off of that local high. That's a 15-minute chart on the Nasdaq. I took a couple of legs out on that way back up. Mara did bounce off the 25 level. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. When it did, I got some out at the quarters. Now I'm holding for the 24 bottom here on Mara. Block as well, working to the downside. Took another leg out here. Again, pre-market support ends up being a little bit more at 65.5. So we'll see if we can't hold that one into the low of the day there. So got to respect some pep in the step of the market, but I still...
Yeah, I had a decent scalp on futures.
A firm's not even going to let you in. A firm's down 10%.
Nice.
Yeah, there's... Like, where's the pop? You got to be super patient with this because at this point, a firm is now a potential SSR bounce, which is not how I was expecting to trade that one off of the open.
You still, actually,
no way, shape, or form.
Finally got a payout. Finally.
There it goes. So if that's all we can play with,
He's the third person to do it.
Maybe I look for the long off the 43 area. We'll see. If the market goes up again, Intel off 43, I'm not looking to long a firm.
No.
Intel long off 43 looks
until you actually pause it.
Support level for me. But I'm going to hang on to the last of these shorts, see where we can go.
All right, guys. There it is, man. Google goes all the way to the top side. We were starting to get some out there early. Whoops.
You said 40?
These charts. Right there, 145.09, and then we punched.
Oh my God.
145.20 as it took the top. So there goes Google. We'll be out of that one. Crazy that the market is going. Not crazy. The market's going upside. We thought we could go up 100. We're now up. We're only up 40. So I got to find better names to short because
fully lifetime fees.
As that's still going to the upside. Maybe some Alibaba could be in. What's Bitcoin doing? 48.8, looking maybe at a GBTC.
Oh my God.
Or something like that. Shopify's probably up.
See if Bull's plays are going to play out.
Another earnings name on the move here. This one reported last night.
SMCI.
Tire and rubber. So this was an EPS beat and a sales miss. Down.
I don't even know what the fuck that is. I've never heard of it.
GT, guys.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, okay.
So Shopify is gone. The SSR bounce played out. This wick down here, I can tell you, it never got to the evens. That's a dark pool wick for sure, because I was sitting at 77.12 to catch that dip buy. Now you're too far gone. Datadog, which is the other earnings play. This is now Datadog's green on the day.
Dude, their daily chart looks stupid. What the fuck?
Positive. Like I don't even know what I do with that.
Wow.
Didn't expect that to happen. But if I get along, it's now looking like it will be.
I don't know if we should say that in stream, but yeah.
A higher low because that's a support level that I do like.
Okay. I don't want you to get.
A little bit here.
I just don't want you to get banned. That's all.
Level off underneath 25, so we're gonna hunt for that low of the day. See if we can't grab that. Want to respect what is working, and if the market does bounce, got to find a couple of respectable longs out there that aren't just me looking at Intel, which was part of the plan at 43. Everyone keeps asking in the chat, what's the tap on BGLC? I also have to fail on myself for not getting back in.
What size did you get?
It's halted 4 times now, and the indicated open is $1.94.
Nice. Nice.
So
that's what I have above my monitors. Although I would like a 75-inch, but
Okay,
Can't
so
fit it.
we did get stopped out of some Disney, but not everything. We did buy some more back in there on Diz. It's still a positive stock for us. Obviously, we're holding on to this right now as a pullback in for Google is happening. It did get. Yeah, it sucks. I might not even look at this because I can't even look at the charts. But okay, here comes Disney. Yes, sir. Finally, a little bit of a pullback in. Thank you.
Looks like we're going down, I guess.
That sucked.
Weird,
We had sort of got
tech
stopped
isn't
out
really
on
falling
at the top side there.
to the rest of the market.
We faded it back. Well, we didn't get stopped out of it all. We put some on. We got stopped out at 09. We saw it only went as high as 05. So sorry.
Take your
109.
putas.
We saw it only went as high as 05. So we just punched it back through. So that's why we still have.
No, I'm in calls right now.
Wait, is Bub still holding that put? He cut it.
We do have a new position though, and it's going to be Tesla. Let's see what happens here on that one. We are.
Yeah, I was like, holy fuck.
Trying to hold this to this 186 area. Again, like I said, like if we can pick on some names.
Down we go.
During stronger markets,
Short
right?
this on futures.
Tesla's just
I don't
those
know.
funny stocks, man.
Probably
Like it can really
springboard up.
or really rip.
I don't trust this.
Giving, not too many highlights today or catalysts for Tesla. Let's just see if it wants to continue that move. But I mean, we bounced off 182 in the pre-market. 182 has been so damn good for so long.
Oh man, that would be good on a short. Fuck.
I'm gonna get out if we take out 186.25, which is right in around here. So again, try to hold this for $1, but at the same time, we'll scalp it out if we can get part out down here. The other thing was I wanted to average in a little bit more up and around 185.50. So let's see if Tesla can be that stock and get us back in a little bit downside here at 184.60.
More productive than me watching this.
To bid, understanding that we are right at VWAP right now. So this is a slippery slope here. We need this market to crack the 50-period MA, which it's trying to do. Let's see if it does, though. And let's go over.
Thank God I did not write that put yet.
Oh my homes,
I almost thought about doing it yesterday. That would have fucking wrecked me.
No news on this one today. It does have
I'd be like negative.
6.6.
I'd be like negative 200% on this.
Week announcing some growth updates. OMH.
Like I'm looking at. I just.
Ooh, puts it looking really good.
Just only dropped today. Like it dropped and then it dropped some more and then it dropped some more and then it dropped some more. Meanwhile, like we're at the level I like, so I'm taking my second shot at AMD, and I said this would happen on some of these names where if we pop up, I might take a couple of shots at it. So the 69 level, first it was 68, now playing off the 69 level, giving it to that quarter mark. But if it pops out, it pops out. But we talk about this all the time. You can be. There's two things. One is be patient. Two is, if at all possible, short weak names, long strong names. If at all possible. Sometimes it's not always that simple, but if you can try to make it that simple, your day's a lot easier.
I'm saying.
Like Mara came
had others down.
Square came up and I had to short it. You could have just sat on the offer at the open on a firm, which we think is a dog, and
Nvidia, Amazon, and Google are still holding off though, so it's got to be everything else selling off.
Oh, we just got missed. All right, we'll take a small position here in the 60s on Tesla. We're at 80. I told you we're trying. If we have to lose $1 on this, that's what we have to do. 186.30. If that breaks higher, that breaks higher. Like honestly, there for Tesla. So let's just wait to see. We're now short a little bit higher, so we can put a bid in and around 185, like 185 flat now in case we do make the move down. But look at the futures. Like once again, I'm just picking the wrong names here. It looks like the futures are starting to go downside here, and Tesla's only going up. So yeah, maybe.
Wait, which way?
Drives
it in? Call or put?
At all. Rivian's at 15.
17,775.
Oh my God.
Oh gosh, I don't know. Fuck. Fuck. I'm getting wrecked.
Story of my life, man. I get wrecked every day.
Sorry, I'm just double checking.
Yeah, this is low of day right now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going beyond that.
Well, yeah, that's why I was thinking maybe puts would be good. And
I'll go back to AMD.
Lauren's like, no.
$15. Remember that. Do not forget how often we've talked about this $15 area on Rivian, especially at the open. Especially at the open. It bounced off 1503. It's already at 20s. I'm not chasing it. No FOMO. Don't chase. Don't chase. Say it to yourself like a mantra. But second shot at AMD, we went 0 for 1. I just got some 168 40s. The wicks on this chart make the scaling really bad. VWAP's here at 168 even. I will take some out there 168 even for just under the buck. Got to make sure we get something on this upward trending stock. So if it puts in a bounce off VWAP, then I'm taking 2/3 out. and trying to roll with those profits because this is still trending back into set upside. Intel for the long at 43. Yeah, thanks, Intel. I'm sitting at 43.03. Let me just cancel that and try and find a different entry price. I'll look for another hold at this level before I get into it. Square is now chilling out, working about 75 pennies in the money.
There goes the mark.
Working toward that low of the day. But the market's blasting upside. So if it holds 65, I'm jumping out of this as we go to Adara.
Yeah, massive drop here for DWAC, Digital World Acquisition. I'm not seeing any news on this. Yesterday, they did enter into a retention bonus agreement with TMTG effective as of February 12th, so the day it was filed, but now we're down about 10%. Strong volume drop to the downside with this one, about 29 million shares, guys.
All right. So Tesla is like not really working as there goes the market. Like, market could go up 100 points from here, you know, and it's up right now 80. So let's see if we can continue, man. Here's the 100-point mark up to 17.7. I guess we have to wait. We just have to wait and try to be as patient as we can with this. So Tesla, we took one out down there at the 40s. Then it broke through 186. Now it's going to go upside. I told you this is what we do bad. We sit there and we average into something. This is not. Like on a day like today, when we get that CPI number, it's not going to be good. All right, so Disney's still in and around this area. See, this is what makes me think about getting back in. Like we barely get stopped out, and then it's like, oh, I got to get back in now to Disney. But let's just be patient with it and see if we can wait. I mean, Tesla's the one that could fall, I think. 185.50. We have some bids in and around there, so if that does happen, man, this is paining me to see what Disney's doing. Disney back into the 80s right now again. Yeah, so that kind of sucks. But all right, Disney going to the downside right now. Probably Google. Google's heading higher, so that's okay. It's really Tesla's the only position I have. So this is what we really need to worry about. I'm going to look for some more here.
I'm only into one thing.
Yeah, we talked about Microsoft, and that would be the name that traders would possibly come in and buy. That's up about $3, I guess 404.40 up to 406.40, $2 and change here on Softy as that's trying to go. I don't know, man. It's 10 o'clock, and like I'm not like I'm looking at my charts. I'm trying to find stuff. Like not much is really setting up.
I'm gonna use this for the last time.
Yeah, go.
Because it's no longer football season, but whatever. Shout out to the Chiefs. Good for you. Square just bounced off the lows as the market made another leg up. So I said if it bounced off the bottom, I'd take the profit and look to short it back upside. If we get it, we get it. I just want to make sure we're banking profits. I'm trying to stick to what has been working recently for me at the open, which is if you get a range that you can play inside of, take your profit and look for the next trade. That's been more consistent. And then after the trend is established, after the first half an hour, then I want to look for things that are holds. So I'm going to take the profit and run there. Mara as well, which we're still holding on to. That's been solid. It's AMD's been the one that sucks because I knew we'd take a couple shots at it and went 0 for 2 there, but then like everything else has worked. BGLC the long and the 2 shorts that we have on here. Mara, I want the 24 level, but this market's now starting to get some legs underneath it. So if it holds a higher low, I don't want this getting back above 25 on Mara. So I'm going to make sure I have a trailing stop in there. I need to cancel my Shopify orders because those are so far away at this point. ARM was the short Hamptons trader. I mean, if it's not AMD, probably. Yeah, look, hindsight's always going to be 20/20. My plan of action was 168, then 169 on AMD. I guess it could have been scalped better by myself, and instead of going 0 for 2, probably could have gone 1 for 2 out of those if I do it a little bit better. But ARM clearly was that. I wanted ARM making moves into the 140s, is what it is.
All right, guys. I mean, we're short here. We're 70 cents in the money on AMD or so. We just shorted that. Let's wait to see where it goes now. We had to be a little bit short. We're short at 90s. We just got out at 40s there, 50 cents in the money. Let's just see how far down it goes. We got a 44 print there. So we have this name, and I don't know. I'm thinking the market could fade out. It almost made that move that we had sort of thought there. It does come up to the 200 period moving average, so we shorted it. I mean, I'm not going to stop trading the methods that have got us to where we are. So we're going to just keep looking at this one. Obviously, if we break too much higher than this 169.50 area or so there on AMD, then we are wrong. But again, We talked about a market rebound. It's just so stupid to have not been long. I always feel like it's so much easier to counter trade. All right, so that's 169. It's easier to get filled when you're counting.
Well, it's easier to get filled. It's easier to find levels.
Yeah, exactly. 169.70. You just have to believe that the market's going down, and I'm not, I'm not super convinced that is happening. So that high that I was trying to find there on AMD is that wick, and I'm fine holding it to that. 169.60. So we'll have to take a little bit more. Hopefully this falls. We'll have to take a little bit more shares into that level. Let's try like a 169.25. Let's try like a 169.30 if that comes up there. So we'll try it. We'll sit there in case that's a thing. And then we are bidding some AMD down at 168 teens. Down into here to get filled ahead of VWAP. So here it comes down in, hopefully for AMD as this market maybe is starting to turn a little bit. I don't know. Here comes Tesla. Let's put something on the bid. I just realized we didn't have anything down there at 90 where we just bounced. So let's put a 90 bid, and I know it's only 30 cents, but there it is. It rejected it, right? So Tesla looks to be pretty strong here as the market's trying to figure it out. My out on this one is around that 186.50 marker where we've been dancing there. So hopefully we can get a push back in. It looks like this is a 70-cent winner right now for advanced micro devices. I'm going to cancel my 168 teens bid. We went to 168.20 there. I was at 168.17. So, again, just random prices look like they're going to hurt your boy here. Let's see if we fade out a little bit more. We're now at 168.24. 10 more cents down. This is pretty violent here today, but I like it. Let's see what happens now on all of these names. Oh, AMD, come on, dog. That would have been nice to get that fill down there at the 20s. All right, there it is. All right, nice move down for Tesla. We just get that fill. We're kind of just chilling, man. It's too bad that Google, we have one losing trade today. It's Google. Let's see if, and Tesla, but this is position pending. We just got a fill on Tesla. Let's go to the desk.
Yeah, a bit of weakness for this market. Down now almost 1.5%. We did get that stronger than expected CPI print, 3.1 year-over-year CPI versus 2.9 expected. So definitely impacting the market a bit, though. Certain names are trying to get a move back up here. Earnings absolutely still in watch, especially going into tonight. Airbnb among one of the names that is going to be reporting tonight. So definitely keep an eye on that. Earnings and inflation data definitely playing a big role in the market movement we're seeing this week. Shopify, one of the earnings names that reported this morning, actually beat on EPS and sales, initially trading lower, now trying to climb back to the upside, down about 7% right now. JetBlue, even despite the movement to the downside in the market, still up about 11.5%. Carl Icahn disclosing an almost 10% stake in the company in a regulatory filing. Last but not least here, another earnings-related name, Datadog, initially also fell in earnings because of some weaker revenue forecasts, but actually reported inline EPS and a sales beat, now just slightly negative today. D-Dog, guys.
Carl.
That happened again. Oh, so we got out of Tesla there. We were able to get one fill, and that was it. So I'll just show you Tesla. We were able to get one fill there and then out at the flat break. So, yeah. Unfortunately, Tesla and Google, bad. But, it happened to us again, man. AMD went all the way down into the 20s again and missed us. So we'll reshort that name and see. I'm now sitting on a little bit more aggressive. Okay, here we go. Sitting on a little bit more aggressive bids. Let's put something out here in the 50s. Like, we need to start taking 30, 40 cents because every time it runs the top, if I'm still in, I'm getting run. So that's not good. Okay, come on, AMD. Here we go. This is making it back for me right now. Nice short. We just reshorted up there at 90s. Let's see if it will finally give us the fade that we're hoping for, man. That Disney, that's too bad. We're up on Disney, but it's just hovering around. I thought this name could crack lower. I'm really glad that it's not, but at the same time, it's cracking higher. Shopify. We said we wouldn't trade this and wait for a base. We talked about it possibly basing down here. That's a risk to take that right off the open. So we're gonna have to let Shopify settle down. Look, man, I'm doing quite well here on AMD today. So let's just wait. We were patient with it. Remember, I told you down a cup of coffee, made a cup of coffee. Let's see if it gets back down to the downside now. Yeah, Tesla is relatively strong. There is no doubt about
Suddenly
that.
the EVs are like good today. We'll see. I'm now out of Mara. We took the profit and ran there. It did trail back out. Higher low got put in. It's a wipeout bottom. I'm always wary of a wipeout bottom like that at 9:30. and then a higher low, because you can go absolutely like waxing to the upside. Like, so Tesla goes up. I was in Rivian short in front of VWAP, but it looks like if it fails back under VWAP, I might take another shot at this. It's relatively weak compared to Tesla. So I know Tesla's moving up, and that might have stopped me out there, but this is still a relatively weak name, down 5.5%, while Tesla hangs on to close to its highs. I mean, Tesla is almost green, if not, did it go green? Tesla came close to going green. So if I see weakness come back into Rivian, I want to stick with that one to the short side. I'm on the offer of Square for a reload. Not a reload, to get back into position. We covered that short all the way at the bottom. Looking to short it back into VWAP here. So I'm going to stick with the weak names that I can find. So Rivian would be a new one, but going back to the well with Block as well. Adara at the desk.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye here on Penn Entertainment, PENN, getting a nice push to the upside right at 10 a.m. coming out that it's announced an agreement with Wynn Interactive Holdings to acquire mobile sports wagering licenses for the New York market access for $25 million. Also, some context for this one, they are reporting before market open on Thursday. They have a short float of about 11.5%. PENN, guys.
Finally here, 70 cents now. Thank you, Adara, for that one. We did actually want to look at DraftKings. We actually get a fill down there, which is pretty nice of us. Down there we got a 30. We actually got 30s. I was at 24s. I'm like, if this happens again, I'll lose my mind. So we were trying to be as patient as we could be, and I feel like we did a good job there on AMD, holding it into that short. Obviously, Tesla goes to 187 and blows that position out. Disney, I feel like, is the relatively strong name, so we'll leave that one alone for sure. Everyone's talking about Holo, so let's go over to Holo real quick for everybody out there, just to see what's going on. So this name is halted again, up to $24 with a tap at $24.19. So it looks like it'll open up somewhere. Wow, this AMD just went right back up to the upside. We'll open up somewhere around $24 for Holo. And then there's another short. So we're just going to short this again, and then wow, make wow and wow, face slap, wow on that one. Can we say wow again? There it is. We just went short at 05s, and we'll take a 75 fill. I mean, you guys, this is the thing about day trading. Like, I'm slowly just scalping in and out of all of this, like just adding it up. Like when you're going short at 169.05 and then getting out at 168.40, it's a good trade. So we could still get stopped out. We're definitely, okay, here we go. Now we're starting to get stopped out, it looks like.
NVIDIA's breaking.
Yeah, as AMD, yeah, so that's a good call there. Looks like AMD wants to go higher, and Neil just mentioned NVIDIA trying to go, but I'm just getting out of this short. See what I'm saying? Like, here comes the short back in again, and I just took some bids now. So let's see. It looks like it's going to break. We're getting out if it breaks 50, but again, nice little push back down in for AMD, and we took a little bit of advantage of that, getting out as it's starting to go back up to the upside. So it looks like this short will get cracked out on AMD as well. Nice move back up to the upside here in the market, and it's AMD going through 170, it looks like.
Yeah, and I just got back into Rivian off that lower high, giving it to, it's 15.46, but it's NVIDIA that I was just watching here as it bounced off VWAP and is trying to crack this. It hasn't broken yet. It's trying to crack this 715 area. If it does, I don't want to be completely missing the party, but I wanted the higher lows on Intel. We've had a good read on this one lately, and closer to 43 I think should be along. So if I can catch this off VWAP, I'm going to take a shot at this. I don't want to get, look, I'm not giving up on the notion of a short just yet. It's 10 o'clock. There's a couple of weak names out there that are holding underneath VWAP, but the things that are starting to give you, if it's higher lows and above VWAP, I don't want to be fighting it. So if it's giving you that, like this look on Square, that can still be a short. Rivian might not work here, but you know, it's still got the lower highs. It's hanging on to that lower high here at 15.45, so I'll try to give that one a shot. But NVIDIA could be, if NVIDIA takes 715, it's going to drag a lot of stuff with it. And stuff's not the word I wanted to use. I don't think, okay, let's go to ARM for a second. I don't necessarily think ARM is in that other pocket either. Lower highs, I still think that name can be a short. I think I want to wait for a shot at VWAP, but let's see what NVIDIA does with 715 before we jump into anything new. I want Square. I'm on the offer right now in front of VWAP, and I got into Rivian. But ARM has to get, it's got to make a big move up, because you got to, I don't want to short it here, then you're giving it what? $6, $7, $8 to the top. I want it to pop so you can short it.
Yeah, like AMD again just ran 170 again. Like, you know, you're getting stopped out, not getting stopped out of everything. But Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This looks like it's going to be a scalping type of thing today. Once again, look at Affirm trying to get through 40 bucks. A lot of you guys talking about this one, down 10%. Look, the worst trade of the month was me getting short 48 and getting out at 43. I think it was $4 or $5 winner, but not shorting that 50 on earnings day for Affirm as it just continues to go to the downside right there, man. That DBGI, we're going to go to Adair in a second. I just want to check back on this one. 750 right there after announcing no possible offerings in 2024. I think that's probably not the truth. Well, I don't want to say it's not the truth. Probably is the truth.
I don't think if a company says like
I've never really seen anybody come out and say that. Let's see what Adair has to say, and then we'll talk about it.
Yeah, I have another small cap trying to make a move here. Alt Alliance, AULT. This one is on the Amex. This is actually a penny stock here, but they announced they're anticipating utilizing their previously authorized $50 million common stock repurchase plan. Couple things to note here with context for this one. They do have a short float of about 7%, a float of about 4 million shares, and a $2 million market cap. AULT.
AULT. Alt. Doug.
Alt, the alt.
So look, I still like that square. Rivian is now working back into the pocket, but NVIDIA did not make the break. It did not make this break at 715. It got right up there to like 85. 714.85 with no break, so you still got some resistance. ARM's not going to give you a pop here at all. Oh, I know what'll happen. If I want to short off the 130, I need to get like the halves and then give it to 131. Yeah. That's pretty much it. So if you're going to short the lower high, you've got to give it at least somewhere up here. I think this one's still a short. Rivian's what I'm in. Square's what I want. We'll have to be patient. I thought we'd get a pop there, and I thought NVIDIA was breaking 715, and that would bring some of these up to be able to short closer to VWAP.
Damn. That's too bad that we got stopped out of AMD because we just took $1 on their last short. We still have it, but that's too bad, man. And then we also had Tesla. Again, it's all about timing. It doesn't matter what you have. I mean, we had Tesla short in and around right here before ripping up into, look at this, the pre-market levels. Like if there's anything today, that seems to have been pretty key right there. We're going to start a new position, but we understand we may have to try this one to hold against ourselves a little bit. Palantir's been super strong, but this move from 2460 all the way down to 2360 there, then a bounce back to the 200, and then a fail at the 200, now underneath VWAP. This is worth a try for me today, underneath VWAP. So we're going to try that right now, and we're going to see what happens. Disney long, we did mention that. Obviously, that's been a good one. We're up on Disney despite shorting it, and this is what we said yesterday. You got to be able to have outs all over the place. So we did have it out, and Disney still remains a positive stock for us. There's AMD, again, a dollar club, as you're starting to go down on a lot. Damn you. Like, as if Tesla really just cracked down below 86. Like, this didn't happen when we were short, but right now below 186 for Tesla. So some of these names starting to hopefully go. It doesn't look like Palantir wants to go, but we're waiting for more up here at 96. So just ahead of $24. I'm giving this to like a 2402 or 2403 type of break on NVIDIA, but the market is holding very well, man. I mean, we're now up quite nicely from that bottom. We said about 100 points. It goes about 80 there, and now we're trying to fade lower as we speak. So let's see if that is a possibility at all here, a fade into this market. I wanted to short Apple earlier. Again, it's like there is not much happening. Bitcoin is at 48.5, so I know you were on Mara and everything like that.
I'm looking to get back into it. I'm on the offer at 25. Zai in the chat, when does a firm go SSR? A firm's already short sell restricted. It hit 10% right quick.
Has to be
I feel as if it got there very fast off the open. But Mara, went 26s. On that last little pop to the upside, it just wicked 25. So I'm going to short the 25 area just for a continuation play. As far as the firm goes, as mentioned, like it's 10% right now at the lows. Here we go. So it's already short sell restricted. Man, that's an SSR setup at 40 bucks here on a firm, and I don't want to do it. I'm going to pass on that. The standard bounce play would be, you wick that 40 level, go long off 40, give it like maybe 5-10 cents underneath, and look for a VWAP or trace. That's a buck. I just don't want to be long a firm today, so I'm gonna stay away from that. It's like it's the one thing that should have been the easiest short, but I was looking in other places. So I'm not gonna try the bounce play on a firm. I'd rather get, as I said, back into Mara off the 25 level, back into block off of VWAP. Let's see if Rivian can go to the downside. BGLC, Narod in the chat. Sorry about. Apologies if I mispronounced your name there. BGLC, what goes up must come down. I'll get excited if this bounces off of VWAP and calms down, then look for some kind of a later day play once it's done with the halts to the downside. So halt down, tap 156, so halted here. Theoretical auction price here. If it can bounce in and around $1 again, I'd make that play on BGLC, but I think you're waiting for that. At least I would be waiting for that. So it's all about Mara. Can I get these 25s off of VWAP and Square as well off of VWAP? Trying to be patient. Those are the two that worked clean. Was Mara and Square, so those are the ones I want to go back to.
What's up to Luke Waters? Oh, he was here. There he is right there. What's up to Luke Waters? Says, hell yeah. Thank you so much for that one. To get that long would have been a hell yeah today for sure. We're still watching out. This Palantir is starting to go. We just got a 96 fill, which is what we wanted. We took a little, let me get rid of this. We took a little fill there at 92s or 93s just because I wasn't sure if we were going to get up to 96, and then we did. So, hey, man. I get, like, the market is doing what I sort of thought it would, man, trying to bounce in and around the 50 period, making these highs and getting faded out. We were in and out of AMD there a little bit. Let's see if that wants to work right now to the downside, possibly, yes, for this, but it's Palantir right now is got my eyes. So we're short at 89. Let's see. Okay, let's see if this wants to. Who's doing that?
Not me.
Okay. The animations are broken, I think. Oh no. No one's
No,
hitting this.
look, my hands are up. See, I'm just immediately, I do the whole like.
That's hilarious. I don't know if we've ever seen that before. That's great. The market, is that like the market telling us something?
I use the force.
Brendo fell asleep there on the desk and his hand hit it. So, no. I don't know. Okay. No, he didn't fall asleep, just playing around. All right, so yeah, the market is trying to get to the downside. So I like that, Brendan. Yeah, thanks for supporting that. All right, here we go. We are bidding Palantir now, but I'm going to take a little piece out. See, it just stopped at a level that we're short. If we were a little, again, patience is always going to be the key. But if we were a little more patient, then we'd already be in the money now for Palantir. So I hope this doesn't burn us. The market is dropping down in. Obviously, we have AMD short, which is not really moving too much. Did Disney finally decide to go the other way? A little bit off the top. Google still holding around 145, and of course Tesla thinking about the dance. I feel like Tesla's relatively strong, but at the same time, it appears that Palantir is also relatively strong and not trying to make lows as well. So I'm just a little confused right now, and I feel like, I told you, remember earlier, I'm always confused. So let's just wait to see what happens at some of these levels, man, because honestly, for right now, okay, now I'm not confused. All right, Palantir, thank you for reassessing your worth and coming back down a little bit to the downside. Let's just put some more bids here, 82s, 83s. Yes, sir. This is going to be all of a sudden the #1 P&L name here for me. It's Palantir, as we'll take a little bit more out on the downside. If we can get this 82 again, we'll do that because we are juiced on Palantir. So let's see if we can get some nice upside movement here, or downside movement, sorry, in Palantir. We're bidding 76s right now. We were upset about this stock and not anymore. Thank you so much, PLTR, for giving us this win.
Yeah, I just got back, and the one that wasn't working just started doing the same thing, failing VWAP here on Rivian. It just pulled back into the quarters. I'm going to get some out in the teens. Remember, on Rivian, 15 is support. So getting profit out in front of 15 is important. This is what the daily chart looks like. This is what the 15-minute chart looks like. So if you don't think there aren't buyers at 15, then we're not paying attention, or at least not close enough attention. Intel just continues to hold the line at 43. 43.10 specifically. I'm waiting for 43, and this is giving you 43.10s. So I'm going to get on the bid down here, take a shot at the lower high. For anyone who was watching a firm there, so it goes SSR, and it bounces off the 40 level. It gets all of 40 cents, and it's right back into that 40. There's probably some scalp trading in there for you if that's what you're interested in. I'm trying not to do that. And NVIDIA 715 is coming right back up here again. This is one of the strong, I know it's down 1%, it's one of the stronger names in the market, and looking like it wants to make a breakout here on NVIDIA. This local wick is like 716. So I'll probably let the buyers emerge above 15, and I'll take a shot at 16 breaks. I wanted Intel at 43, but if I can't get that, that is higher lows and a lot of pressure mounting on NVIDIA. If NVIDIA goes green, it's going to surprise a lot of people, me included. So I think at least taking a shot at the break. If it doesn't work right away, I can just get right out. But I'm looking at the 16 level because 15 just keeps wicking over and over again. If anything, you should be shorting 15s and waiting for 16 to go.
Feeling a lot better about my decision getting out of Palantir down there. Not all of it, but down near that 80 level. As we're out of half. We're only out of half of Palantir. It's starting to go back up to the upside. Let's try again. This time, let's try a 96 again, but I don't want it to rip up there and just completely fill me immediately. It's as if it kind of drifts around fine. That's where VWAP is. But you can see the 50-period moving average is starting to sort of slope up now. So I feel like that's a danger spot there when that does happen. Shout out to technical analysis.
Okay.
What?
Like that was like I didn't even get 21s there.
Oh, NVIDIA broke higher. Okay,
it broke 16s. I couldn't even get 21s on that break. It's still sitting on the bid. So if I get picked up, I get picked up on the way back. There is no way back, apparently. Well, thank you for absolutely nothing there, NVIDIA. And that's the thing with a breakout trade is the aggression of your order, your limit order. If you use limit orders, which we do, the aggression of your limit order sometimes is going to dictate your fill or your lack of a fill. So you make a decision. I decided 21. If I decide 31, I probably am long, and it's now $1 in the money. But I just missed that fill. That kind of sucks. All right. If I get picked back up, I'll try to buy the dip. I think buying the dip back into 15s can be a bit of a thing. Because this market's headed to the upside. I might also look at, I need to get, maybe it's Intel, I can still grab off VWAP here.
Damn, Daniel.
All right, I might be able to grab Intel on a higher low as well, but.
We shorted AMD on that pop-up.
That should have been, that was an easy break if you got it on NVIDIA. Let's go to Adara for the small cap recap.
IWM Russell 2000 here at small cap ETF, trying to get a little bit of a resurgence here to the upside, but very much down on the day, down about 4% right now, showing a little bit less recovery here, but trying to make a bit of a move up. Beamer Imaging, second day runner for this one, initially running yesterday on news of a presentation with NVIDIA. Today pricing a $12 million public offering, low float name BMR, guys. We also have DBGI, this is Digital Brands Group. This one multi-holter, but very strong to the upside right now, reaffirming its 2024 guidance revenue. Also worth noting for this one, we do have a float of under 1 million shares. It's about 980,000 shares for DBGI. Last but not least here, this one a bit of a later runner. Cartoon Channel, TOON, announcing that it's achieved record revenue and increases paid subscribers among some other updates here. This one has about an 8% short float, guys.
So there's been no pullback in NVIDIA to get in. The new position alert for me is going to be Mara 25s underneath VWAP here. I'm going to give it to this local high. See if we can't push back in. It's 25 twice down to 24.50. So I want to make sure I'm playing inside of the range if that's what it wants to give me. Intel's trying to hold VWAP here. I do like the higher lows. I just want to see buyers above 30 holding a higher low again. Otherwise, I should be waiting for the 43.10. I mean, NVIDIA, it's frustrating, but look at the clean breakout on NVIDIA. But it wasn't, if you just bought it somewhere in the trend, great. But if you tried to get that stop, I moved it from 15 to 16, which was clearly a mistake. And it's now at 719. I'm not chasing it up here. I'm not quite that bullish that I want to be buying these tops. The breakout has come and gone. I can be patient and try to join something which is a little bit more reasonable, like Intel, if it starts to hold VWAP, which it looks like it's doing.
All right. We're doing actually pretty good, man. We got a reload there in Palantir. Obviously, we'd like to see this thing down a little bit more than where it is. I'm just scalping this out at 91 and 92s right now. It just keeps on bouncing off 90s. We are well aware of this position right now. We were scalping out of this. We're almost stopped out of AMD. It's right back to the day's high. We're short right here at 170, but we just got some out there. And this, I mean, it's going to be hard to see, like I said, but these ticks are obviously a lot lower. These are 70s and 80s. And so... Again, looks like we'll be like a 1-to-1 on this one, and it sucks because here goes AMD, and we just got stopped out. So yeah, let's let it settle. We're not even that, like, it's just these stocks just keep on going, man. I mean, We called the long and we didn't have it, so that sucks. You can call whatever you want, doesn't matter. There it is, man. So there's that 100-point move, basically up to 17. So that's what we thought, 17.7. Maybe now the short is there, but DBGI just keeps on halting. Just opened back up a couple minutes ago, in and around this 10.50, now to 12. Again goes DBGI. All right, come on, Palantir. You're the only thing I got on, so now we got to hope for that to make a little bit of money here for PLTR. But for right now, that's the name that we're holding on to. And honestly, nothing else is really hitting any of my scanners. Like, even Palantir's not. I'm only shorting this ahead of $24, which may not hold. Amazon, we like the short. We had talked again about some levels higher than where we are now. This move up, although hard to say it wasn't thought of, I think it's just a little bit, didn't really give too many pullbacks. That's the whole thing. Like, you've had to have been basically long and sitting in there. Like, ARM is up to 132. It was just 127.
NVIDIA's now at 723.
See? What did I say?
It is absolutely flying. So I am in long on Intel off of VWAP here. I said that's at least more, like, it's steady, reasonable pull to push to the upside, higher lows. So I'll just participate above VWAP, look to play it into 43.6. But it's NVIDIA that's, that break was pretty clean. If this continues higher, like the first available dip, I think is usually the way to go here. Like, first available dip, join the trend. It's obviously ripping some faces off. When NVIDIA is ripping faces off, you don't want to stand in front of the moving freight train. Mara might take out this local top, and I'll jump out of this and wait back for the 26 level. There you go. I had a stop order, so my hands were even on the keys. Do not want to give it all the way back to 26. I want to play the 26 level on its own. So the new position for me is a long, and it should have been something else. You know, I can't say this enough. Like, look, the more volatile things get, it's a learning experience. The more volatile the market is, or an individual stock, when you're trading for breakouts, you just might change the limit order. Like, if you normally cross 20 cents on NVIDIA, you cross 30 cents when it breaks, or 35, or whatever it is. That's the adjustment that you want to make with your stop order. So when I'm missing that fill, like, part of it comes down to things are a little more volatile right now. So you can't cross 20 cents when NVIDIA is $700. When it's $500, you probably get it. So you got to make that adjustment. I didn't. Clean break. Oh, somebody got it. But we're in Intel. Very different type of stock. When you play off the 430, I'm getting some out when it goes 10 cents and then 15 and 20 cents, because that's how Intel rolls. If you miss a stop on Intel, it's because you didn't put one in. You're never missing your level on. You're never missing your level on a stock like this. But you also have to take profits out a bit differently. It's more of a scalp trading type name. Look at Tesla. Well, Tesla coming back in underneath VWAP. So the only reason, like, I'll be fortunate that happened, because, you know, the first time I took Rivian, Tesla went higher, and I got stopped out. Jumped back in when it wicked this level, and now Tesla's bringing Rivian back down. But you know what? 15 is the bid, so I'm getting out of this thing in front of 15. Take the money and run. Get it back. I know 15 is that level I expect to flush into, but support's going to be right back down there again, in my estimation. So Intel, I have an offer at 43.50, and then the high here is 43.60. I'll get another offer out in front of that. Maybe should have been long here, 43.10, but you take what you can get. I wanted to see VWAP hold, and now it is.
All right. Yeah, that arm is insane. As that just keeps on going upside right now. Okay, hold on a second. That's Tesla. I was looking at Tesla because I was like, when Neil mentioned that, I was like, oh God, as if I was short Tesla. Yeah, okay, let's go over to ARM quickly. 133. So, all right, I took VWAP there. That was a nice, I guess that 130 break right there was obviously pretty good. That's the 50 period moving average. Let's see if it pulls in a little bit right now, but ARM, I don't know. I'm not really seeing, other than a long down here near 128-ish, I don't really see too many levels yet for ARM. And again, it's just one of these things where we've had that huge move up. I wrote down on the sticky note 160, not that we were getting to 160, but it's that kind of action that we were trying to wait for on ARM, you know, that kind of upside action there. So it doesn't look like it's happening. That might have been it, but again, with not that much volume, if you're going to short ARM, I think you got to wait for that one massive spike that comes through with the volume, and then maybe see that it's been topped out. Like, I don't know.
Oh, it's SSR too.
No, yesterday? No. Oh,
It's
today.
today.
Yeah. Oh, I think you meant from second day. Yeah, so it's SSR today, yeah. But first day, I guess, for ARM. I expect this one to be SSR for a minute, man. People, because, now you have 2 days, and then you have to wait for, what is it, March 10th? What was
12th, March 12th.
12th, okay, so we'll wait for that. Micron.
If they don't sell anything after the 12th, then
that's probably it.
Like, whatever. I'm not going to say, if they don't, I'll do this or I'll wear that, because who the heck knows. I'm expecting there's going to be selling after that date. Like, you can't look at the valuation and all that nonsense.
Yeah, that's
about that. Let me get to quickly. I just want to get the Shopify in this market rip, because the support might be coming into this at 80. So if you can't get the SSR bounce off the low, maybe you can see a continuation off the next even dollar, which looks like the $80 level. All I have is Rivian. I want to get out in front of 15 on that short, try to bag the 30 pennies on that and be happy with it. Intel pressing back toward the high. So the plan of action here would be hold on to like 20% of it if it breaks the top, reload it if it bounces off of VWAP. The plan for NVIDIA is I'm not sure. The breakout was obvious. The dip could be anywhere, I guess. Maybe into VWAP, 715, 716 like before, maybe 720. We'll have to see what it does next. We'll let that one dictate. I am still, there's VWAP on square, or block, as we should be calling it. So the lower highs are still being put in on this one. It's pretty weak. I'll give this one a few shekels past the 66 level on this reload. But this market is absolutely screaming. I don't even know if I should have taken that fill. Like, it's been, block was good before, but yeah, that was 930. Now the market is showing you all kinds of, hey, reversal strength. And it's going to come back into this 17.8. And the patient trader would say, wait until the NASDAQ gets to 17.8 and then look for shorts, because that's what's obvious to me. So we're still about 20 points. Check that. 40 to 50 points away from sniffing distance of that level. So let's be patient here. Squared because of VWAP, but any other shorts, I'll be patient as we go to the desk for the crypto update. Should have looked at these futures.
Let's look across the board here for crypto, but also worth noting here, there is a report coming from CoinDesk. Apparently, Deribit, so this is a crypto options exchange, saw a lot of calls actually above crypto's all-time high trading points for these Bitcoin call options. So traders were actually getting Bitcoin call options 65,000, 70, 75,000. Certainly a lot of bullishness in the crypto market, and completely understandable. We did have Bitcoin cross 50,000 for the first time since December 2021, at its highest levels in over 2 years. Yesterday, I have this 5-minute chart up here, 15-minute chart. We can see where we did fall down right after getting that print for the CPI, seeing a bit of recovery here back into the 49,000, but overall, really strong look for Bitcoin leading into today with that 50,000 hold that we saw yesterday. Right now, just below that 49,000, but Ethereum still incredibly strong, up 4%, well above that 2,600 level. Solana strong, up about 3.5%. Generally pretty mixed across the board for the rest of these cryptocurrencies, but Ethereum definitely one to watch, guys.
Ethereum, all right.
ETH, baby.
We're shorting the market here. I mean, I don't. We'll take the TQs. We'll try it. Honestly, like, I don't know. I'm pretty impressed with this market. I mean, I feel like a lot of us are right now today. I mean, we called this move up. I mean, it's just stupid that I'm not long, honestly. And now I'm short the market. Like, it doesn't make it. Anyways, there it is, man. Nice move back up to the upside. It's hard. I think Neil and I talked about this. Sometimes it's just hard to believe that some of these moves are what they are. And this is just another one of those examples here today, as it is starting to go right back up to the upside. But meanwhile, we've been destroying right now our friend Intel, as we are short at 44. Let's see where it goes. I tried to get 50s, man. I sat there at 50s. It didn't fill. Here it is. It's a nice move back in to the downside. The Qs are finally starting to go as well. Sorry, the TQs. This is the futures. I switched over to the, wow. Okay, a little bit of a face slapper right there. Nice move on the futures. We happy with that, baby. Yeah, so far so good here, as the market's pulling back just, as I said before, as 50 Cent likes to say, just a little bit. Let's see if Intel can go as well right now. I need to put some more bids out. We're pretty loaded. We're pretty juiced here. So again, frustrated with this move up, but the market goes again Tried to play a little bit of action there. Let's see if we're right on this. It's hard to be right, but we'll see if we are. The futures are just one of those nasty things. Let's see if it pulls back. We just took some out there at VWAP. I'm going to take another piece out at 37. There it is, right there, and boom. So finally, okay. Wow, a little bit of a rough morning trying to trade or trying to chase some of these things. Like, were we wrong on Tesla? Yeah, because it goes to 187, but then the move happens against this. Like, futures rip up, Tesla does this. We're literally, this is a minute chart. We're 2 minutes off on this short, you know? I feel pretty good about Intel, though. It looks like we might have had this one again, we'll put this one in again, and Intel now
What's
nicely
hilarious,
in the money here on
we'll
Intel.
see. We talk about this all the time in trading. This is the value of day trading. I mean, certainly the flexibility of day trading, at least what I like about it. But I went long 43.30 into 43.50. I'll get the last of it out here. When it breaks down underneath break even, Sean went short 43.50 into 43.30. Now, you could actually have traded this in both directions. You could have gone long into the high and then reversed it and gone short right back into the low. That's the value of finding a range-bound trade. So, you know, you can both ways can profit. I'm jumping out of it because VWAP is the reason I got in. If I don't see buying off VWAP, I don't see any reason why I have to fight that. I don't want to be fighting things today if I don't have to. Block off of VWAP is pulling down the other way. So VWAP doesn't matter to me at 9:30, but it happened to also bounce off of VWAP before. But at this time of day, rejecting VWAP and heading back down to the lows is something that I'm going to like here. So we're going to ring the register on this once it gets back down into the 50s. DBGI, I understand the impetus that everyone wants to trade this. It halted once, made a fresh high close to 13s. It's trying to pull back into VWAP itself. That would be an interesting bounce zone, like in and around 9 to 950, like in here, pre-market highs turning into support. If it can catch a bid, that's at least worth looking at on DBGI. And the other one that I have my eyes on in the small cap space is that BGLC. When it started halting to the downside, what did I say? Wait for it to retest the $1 area. And if it can bounce somewhere in there and not be halting it, the second it's not halting, going from halt to halt, if it can consolidate from 1 to 125, I'd look for a long off that consolidation, and then suddenly you have reasonable risk reward. When it's just open, halt, you have some specific strategy. I have no idea how you're supposed to trade that. So once it goes sideways for a bit, then I'd look for an entry.
All right, so like I said, just right there on that move, Neil was talking a little bit about Intel. We just made Intel right there the #1 stock here on the show today. So there it is, man. Like Neil said, long shorts, cashing out. So that's a good one there. But I need to get out more, obviously. So let's just do that. Yeah, this is what trading's about, man. It's not the, like I keep saying, man, it's not the easiest. You gotta try to be as patient as you possibly can. That was a good out there on Intel. The TQs, we're out of half already on this move down, but we would really like to see this continue. The short hasn't been right. So to sit here and just continuously look short, I feel a little bit like, meh. All right, SMCI, if there's gonna be anything, like, you might not want to short NVIDIA, cool, I get it. But like SMCI, like up here at 790, when this name was in January, so if you go back a month, what day, I mean, it doesn't matter. A lot of things have changed in a month, but this name was $300, now up to 800. So again, SMCI really starting to get excited about itself there. AMD continues, but we're at that 172 level. I remember this from the sticky note. We really liked some 172s. So if we can get in and around like a 172, like almost exactly, I wonder if that's going to be a decent short. We've already had done quite well here on Intel, and we are out of 2/3 of this trade on Intel. I'm going to put another bid here at 33. Darn it. See how I put the bid there and just, I can't even say it without it jumping a bit. But let's just wait to see what happens there on Intel. All right, I guess we'll have to, I just tried to punch out some 36s and missed it. All right, Intel's starting to go. That's fine. We could be patient on it. We don't have a huge position there. Well, we do. Well, we did. All right, shorting AMD has been wrong. Okay, but this 172, I feel like we've talked about this level a couple times. Yeah, it's pretty blurry up here, isn't it? maybe 173 is looking a little bit better. Like AMD is now green, so take that for what it's worth. What a move. And we said, remember, I made fun of NVIDIA, remember? I said what's going to happen is they're going to come in and they're going to buy NVIDIA. We talked about the possibility of that breaking through 700. It's now up $25 on that. So, I mean, yeah, did they come in and buy NVIDIA? Yes. As mentioned, they did exactly that. But we could be topping out here a little bit too in NVIDIA, 728. I don't know, man.
We're getting close to the 17.8 level on the NASDAQ.
I know. That's why I just went back into the TQ short.
Randy knows all the ways to mess with me. It's like instead of just standing there and shocking me, like now he stands on the other shoulder so that where I'm not expecting him to be.
Good job, Randy.
You're a little bit late with the Randy thing. He's been here for like 2 minutes now. I was gonna ask you about Tesla because they bought the crap out of Tesla this morning.
Out of every stock.
And by the way, where they're buying Tesla, you'll be interested in this. So 180, 175, 180 have held, but 182 has been a monster level on an open and close basis. So opens down here and closes down here have been gigantic at 182.
What a move back.
So every single time it bounces off these levels.
Called this, but I don't have any
It's worth a look. But it's a big move up in the market. I'm still shorting Squares. I'm going to get to that in a quick little second.
Here comes 17.8 immediately.
Yeah, that 17.8's coming inbound. I'm looking for shorts at that price.
All right, so we're for flat here on the TQs again.
I got nothing.
Take the profit, get out. Like, you know, buying dip. Like today I would have thought fading pops could have been right. Like I had never thought, like obviously we thought this, but I said 100 points up. You're now 180 points up. So, yeah, you know, CPI came and I made the comment like, you know, that's the number. Watch out for the pop. But
NVIDIA's 730.
Yeah, I know. This is insane.
This is insane.
All right,
AMD's
at a level as well. Let's go over to Adair and then we'll talk more about this market. It's 10:40.
So note here, CNBC actually discussing NVIDIA right now. NVIDIA, like most of these sectors, mostly to the downside as a group here for electronic technology. Very much downside for the chips, despite a price target increase from Mizuho for NVIDIA this morning. We also have the technology services pretty much weak across the board. Salesforce especially weak here. Finance, again, down. Health technology down. Producer manufacturing down. Retail trade down, notably Home Depot. Worth noting as well, Home Depot reporting next week. We also have some weakness here. Energy, minerals, utilities, consumer durables, transportation. One of the few brighter spots here is going to be health services with UNH and ELV to the upside, and communications pretty much flat on the day here. But other than that, right across the board, guys.
All right, well, we said we wanted to short a little bit of AMD up here, so we did exactly that, up in around 172.40. It was just 40 cents in the money. We did take some of that. Let's put another bid down near O's, because look, we just got filled at 07 there on the bid, and then it ripped back to 37, the price that we're in, making me now put another bid. I put a bid lower at 03 here to see if we do take 172, but like, this is like reminding, there it is, we got an 03 there at least. This is like reminding me of like a different time where liquidity was just like so dry.
This reminds me of a market that I once knew.
Let's see, 171.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, I don't know, you should have seen it, but every time these moves come through. Yeah, so anyways, I'm rinsing and repeating. I think the approach that you got to do here, like AMD's my bad stock. I'll be even on Rivian because one loss, one win. But it's like Square's continuing to work, so I'll go back to this well a third time off VWAP at 66. But look what you're getting here. You're still getting a bottom at 65 and then it's a lower high, but it's also higher low, so you're forming a wedge. So it's still in a downward trend, but when you get a wedge, you could break that wedge to the upside. And I don't want to sit in that short when the wedge breaks. The only wedge I like is, generally speaking, one of my favorite Rebel pilots. So I don't want to go long on Square, but if it doesn't hold this 66, it'll be the last short until I'll just have to sit it out until we get to 17.8 level. Maybe we can find something else at the 17.8. My first thought was, oh, well, maybe Amazon's setting up under 170. Amazon, look at that trend to the upside. So I want that short. How's about no-ish? Apple at the highs. Apple 186, maybe that's a bit of a thing. I want something underneath VWAP to short, not screaming into the highs. When we get to that 17.8, I'm going to look for something that I can fade that's weak. Right now, that seems like Rivian and Square. That's why I keep looking at them. Everything else, I have to short Pops on, which is a strong stock. I'd rather short something relatively weak.
Yeah, that's going to be the right idea. And again, we just go in and out of AMD again, and we try to get the short, and it's wrong, and there's the rip back up. So we're right at 17.8 right now. Like, I am like really, and I know, like Neil said, man, I know it's been a tough day here, but this, you know, you got to really think about some of these levels coming through again as possibility to sort of slow down at some point here. But they just, like, that's... Wow, we could be down so much more. Like, look what AMD has done today. That bottom was like, it's almost, this is crazy. On what was a CPI print that was not supposed to be good. This number just keeps on going up, 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 up. Like, wow, what a day here for the market, man. The TQs, let's just have a quick look at those. Again, this is a cup of coffee, honestly. We didn't even lose, well, we lost on it, but it barely. But let's see if we can find some levels. There's that 17.8 right there, 58,000. I mean, are we going to be more stubborn on all this, man? Disney, yeah, that was the one thing. Yeah, see, that's what it's all about, Matthew. I know you got taken out there, but you can make up everything with one good trade, right? So, and I agree with you, Matthew. So you got to sit in some of these trades and sometimes wait a little more than you had thought initially for something to happen. That 17.8 is right here, right now. Is that where some of the FOMO comes out? We'll see. We're short the TQQ here. See if this one can get a little bit back into VWAP, or that's almost $1. It is $1 to get back to VWAP. So there you go. If that could happen, then yeah, then we're a little laughing over on this side. But I don't know if that's what's going to be the case here, as now the market finally starting to pull back just a little bit. We did reshort the TQs up there, but yeah, patience pays. And today, it didn't really pay that much, because if you waited for key levels, it kind of still ran you over. But all right, here we go. We are now short the TQs, a dime piece in, but we want a little bit more than that. Let's take our first out in and around 45 if we're lucky enough to get that.
Yeah, so there was a question in the chat. Someone's like, why aren't you looking for longs? It's not a matter of, oh, I was looking for longs. I was calling out the 716 breakout on NVIDIA. I just didn't get filled, and I put that on myself, and it's fine. Like, I was not aggressive enough with my breakout order. Then I made the decision not to chase it up here and take that long. I went over to Intel, went long off of VWAP, which I'm inclined to give another shot off of VWAP here. So, you know, we took 2/3 out on the way up to 43.50. It then stopped out when I turned bearish again. But I think if it holds VWAP, I jump back over or wait to 43.10. It's about finding the trades and the levels you like. When we're at 17.8 on the NASDAQ, my plan of action was at this level to look for previous support to turn into resistance. So when we get there, I want to find something weak, which was block, and short it if I can find an entry point. So the answer was yes, I found an entry here at 66, and I'll play this back down toward that low. So you're just here to look for setups and look for trades. If I was some kind of an intraday swing trader, maybe I'd only be thinking long. Maybe I just look, that's a wipeout bottom, and I'm just going to hold longs all day long. That's not my style of trade. I tend to look for, you know, key price levels, and when you get to a support or resistance, I tend to want to cover out in front of those and take the profit, or look for retracement trades. If I found something short off the high of the day, I'd be playing it into VWAP. Thankfully, there's a few things under VWAP that I think are worth shots at the short. But Intel now all of a sudden doesn't want to give me VWAP off that bid. It's a little too patient with that one. But I'm going to pop back on the bid here, see if we can't get that one. If the futures pull back, I want to be buying the dips on this. And as far as buying dips on NVIDIA goes, I probably am throwing VWAP out the window with that and starting to look back into the quarters. Just wherever it looks like it's going to consolidate or bounce, it's probably worth a shot there. Intel's a little closer to an entry that I can wrap my head around. Thank you, Mr. Westermeyer, for the super chat. We appreciate you. As always, anybody out there, we don't even ask you about any. We're not here asking for money or any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's a couple bucks just to get our attention. We appreciate you, Mr. Westermeyer. Alts, these types of runners, my general rule is do not buy the highs. It's my 2 cents. Do you at this particular point? Now it doesn't even want to. Oh, there we go. I'll just pop my 15-minute chart. You've already gone to the most obvious next level up and turn around, which is the mid 70s. So when that happens, look to the next significant level for a dip. 60. That's like 60 cents here. If it can hang on somewhere between 58 and 61, 62, that would present a reasonable dip buy zone. So that ends up being VWAP as well. So this can fall back in, hold sideways there. I'd be looking for longs in and around 58 to 61 off a VWAP dip, then play back into the highs, as opposed to buying tops.
All right. We're hella. I mean, the TQs is now the #1 net name here, but I've said that a lot, and then it's blown back up. So let's wait to see, man. We've got the Qs short. We're only 10 cents in the money, but we just took some out in the mid 60s there, high 60s is where we're at now. Let's put another bid there as well and see if we can't get out of more of this here. I don't know, man. I feel like the futures. This is a play against 17.8. So I'm going to now hold this as we're now out of about 40%. I do have another bid at 66. So if that holds, if we get filled there, then we get filled there at 66. Come on, TQQs. I don't know why you're holding that bid for some random reason. Okay, so here we go, man. 57.20. If it comes back to 57.20, then we're pretty much green on the day. So let's see if that does come through again here right now. So hopefully this will go back for us just a little bit. Intel's been great. Intel's my #1 stock today, like we said there. It will be, position pending on the TQs right now, but Intel will be the best name for me. But the TQs is trying to do that as well. So we'll see for a pullback, man. Honestly, I'm gonna bid some at 40 right now. Actually, I'm at 51. So if that pulls back, then yeah. But it's hard for me to have this kind of a winner, which doesn't seem like that much to you guys, but even 15 cents on this is good enough for me. It's hard to have this, stare at it, knowing that the long has just been so right, and here I am short the NASDAQ. So this is a little bit of a tough one here. We'll go over to Adara, and hopefully by the time we get back, the market has corrected down a little bit, but not looking like it. What's up, Adara?
USD very much to the upside. Here's the DXY on the daily, getting a nice boost from that higher than expected year-over-year CPI print we got this morning for January, 3.1% versus 2.9% expected. So definitely sending the market into a shock and giving the DXY a nice boost. Continuing to see higher highs and higher lows starting in late December here. Also worth noting, we do have some other economic data coming up this week. Tomorrow we get December's PPI print, and then on Friday, we get January's PPI print. So interesting distribution there. We also get Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday and some retail sales numbers tomorrow. Fed speak throughout the week, although nothing big coming up for today. Definitely some Fed speak tomorrow, including Bostic, and throughout the week there, guys. So lots to keep an eye on with regards to the USD.
At the end of the day, sometimes 17.8 happened. We talked about the plan of action. When the market got to 17.8, I'm going to what was working at a level that's working in the stock that is weak. So it's 66, it's VWAP on square. It ends up being a lower high from we had it earlier, but it plays the same range. It goes 66 to 65, 60. That's now twice it's made that push. And if we fall from here, we can get the low of the day on a stock which is trending to the downside. Rivian, I didn't get the VWAP push on Rivian, just missed it in the 30s, but we'll look for the 15 out. 15 has been a brick wall since November of last year, and then a higher low just recently. So if it holds 15, I'm jumping out of the trade. If it breaks 15, we can always talk about that as a separate trade at that particular point. So it is what it is. Look, this hollow, because it's hologram something, is the latest in the what the heck is going on stock. So just to report, I thought it was about to go into a halt. It didn't. It's breaking highs of the day. So sometimes when the market is red, you get a lot of these low float runners starting to go. So hollow, just another one of them. It does a halt. You guys can ask. I'll let you guys know what the tap is. And I'm not looking to trade that. I'm going to stick to Square. I'm going to stick to Rivian. Buy that dip on Intel. Really, it's just been AMD that was any trouble, but everything else, if you stick to the plan, has been pretty solid. The miss on NVIDIA obviously sucks. What can you do about that? But that stock's too far up for me to want to buy this high.
Yeah, just like we're talking about it here, guys. I'll be red today, but I just want to tell you guys that like today, you know, the office as opposed to what yesterday, it's like today was a much harder day to trade, you know. So if you are red today, I know you guys are watching us thinking like, you know, where's all the winners, but at the same time, it's like today's a little bit more of a difficult day, you know, than yesterday. So, and I just telling you from my experience and from the guys behind us as well, and just seeing what some of the nets are. So, okay, so that's what that is right now. Tesla. 184.25, man. Like this one was just a couple minutes away, but I still want to get back on this name. I think like this 182 has held so good that could be something. Again, if we do drop into that, and then yeah, man, I'm loving some Disney. This is great. Like we talked about this as being a long. I should have just punched it. Too many rose-colored glasses to the short today. But again, Disney, like this has been a name where I got some out there on earnings day, and I think it was in and around like 111. It could be somewhere around here as well. But what a day for Disney. Like definitely missing some kind of a story as this continues to go up, man. So, I mean, today we'll have, like I said, you know, like the number one name is TQ's P&L wise. I think number 3 is going to be Disney. So we do have some good names. Oh, no, sorry. 1 is TQ's, 2 is Intel. And then I think you have Rivian or something, and then we have Disney right there as well. But AMD is the worst trade today, and that's on me because every single thing there seems to have been a hit. It's not a huge hit, but it's enough to be the worst stock today. So AMD, we do tend to make good on that, but we got some revenge at least on the sector here a little bit with Intel, but again, not great there for AMD. So, yeah, I would hope that the TQQs could fall back, chill vibes, but I'm bidding 57 again. The lowest it got there was 53s or something. Let's see if we can break, man. I do think we could get back to VWAP. I mean, this market, I mean.
Look, we've held the range so far.
Wow.
The 17.8 has actually held
down.
On the NASDAQ, but I'm out of Rivian. I'm going to follow that plan. Like I said, my style is always going to be, if it's an inside range and I can play it in that morning trade, that's what I'm going to do. Went 1 for 2 on Rivian today. Square is the one I'm going to hold on to for the absolute low. That's been weak the entire time. So it's, again, you've got to trade your own book. NVIDIA is still absolutely flying. I know alts, everyone keeps asking about alts. It is halted at 88 cents with a tap at 88 cents. So it's indicating it's going to open back up at 88 cents. So if you guys, I'll let you guys. Well, I guess it's 11:55. It might not open until we send you guys over to the midday. I'm sure Sharif will be on this one. The dollar level is always a significant one. It never pulled back into 61, but that was just my plan of action. I wouldn't have gone long up there, but it would have worked out for you if you did. On this next little dip to the downside, maybe you get a shot at something like an NVIDIA, but the short's finally starting to come in. It's been tricky. The only thing I regret is, outside of missing NVIDIA, is AMD, because what ended up working this morning was sticking to like the weaker stocks, shorting them, but I made a second attempt when it was putting in higher lows. That's why AMD's red for me. Shorted the first level, it put in higher lows, no need to short that. It's higher lows. If it's lower highs, that's fine. If it's the same level and it's forming a sideways action, that's fine. But when it's showing you an upward trend, that's why it's red for me. That's a rule that I broke on my own, but that's why it'll be red on AMD. Kept it in the pocket, but it would have been better to go away from that and into something else. And speaking of something else, one last one before we go back over. I'll throw it back to you. ARM. ARM never even got to VWAP this last little time. So if NVIDIA rolls over, ARM feels like it could just be the stairs to the downside for the rest of the day. Well, I just got Intel off of VWAP. We did mention I'll take that one again. Giving it to this local bottom here. So this time I'll give it 6 or 7 cents instead of, I think I gave it like 4 or 5 last time.
All right, just because I see people on the chat, like, you know, today, you know, we have a lot, there's a lot of green names. You know, anyways, Disney, Intel, for me, Disney, Intel, the Qs are all green, and they're pretty good. Tesla's going to be red. We've talked about that, which is kind of crazy for me. Palantir is going to be red. not as bad. It's going to be AMD is going to be red, and Google is going to be red. You know, but like I said, it's party on, baby, because right now the TQQs, we've just made back half of everything we lost, and we're just still holding it. So we get another piece out right now on this one, as there it goes, man. And a shout out to everybody in the chat that was like, hey, it's one, all you need is one. And there it is right there. So boom, our day's feeling a lot better now that we've got this one. And then of course, like I've already said, Intel will be the number 2. So TQ's number 1, Intel number 2. And then we're both on Intel, of course. And then AMD, like Neil mentioned, I feel like, and I'm glad that Neil talked about it because it was very, very tricky for me anyways. And same thing there. Like, I thought this 170 was going to hold. We're making. Everything was fine here. It's really just like this one that really sucked. This last 170 hold that broke up, and we wound up getting out there at like, I tried to give it a little more room, 170.50. That sucked. So that move there kind of sucked. And then this pullback was fine. So it's too bad we're still not in it. But honestly, guys, we're making it back right now on the TQQs. So all of a sudden, what turned out to be, you know, a struggle day there on some of these NASDAQ names, we just go right back over to the futures. And like I said, this is about being honest, right? You guys want honesty on the channel. I told you yesterday this was the worst name between anybody trading anything on the show. And now today it's the best. So there's that. That's the kind of disclosure that you got to continue, like Neil said, man. Trade your book. Yesterday we were a little early on it. We were early on it today, man. It was red, and then boom, right back down. So let's see if and again, why did that happen? We opened up the NASDAQ chart, and I want to take one more shot at it, and I think it was pretty reasonable because if you're seeing right here, there's that 17.8. Right there, that's 17.6, right? So there's the top, and then you level it up right there, that's 17.8. So like we hadn't broke it. We didn't break it here, we didn't break it here. We came 5 handles away from breaking it today. So that was like a really, really, this last trade was a really, really tight one. But again, pretty decent one to have that one right back there. Before we go over though, we gotta have everybody's favorite segment. All right. Yeah, lunch is going to taste a lot better now that this market's coming back down. But if you said grilled chicken again, you saw the chicken over on the desk. You are going to have a winner chicken dinner right now. It's fresh thyme and lemon grilled chicken, so it seems to be pretty healthy there. With what seems
well, you see the end though.
With what seems to be on our plate every day, country potato salad.
It's the last.
And traditional, ooh, this might be okay, traditional Caesar salad. So I will be out, I don't really like the potato salad around here. We'll be out there, and then we'll see about that Caesar. We'll see, I like the croutons.
I'm like very particular about Caesar salad. To the point that I, like 90% of the time, I just don't like it. Like I like it, it's like it should be very, very light.
Yes.
If I'm
this
out,
is light.
Sometimes I
like
find sometimes they do a little
own dressing on.
Yeah, sometimes but even like the dressings too, like it's too dense. I don't know the best way to explain. I'm not a
I get it. Yeah. There's light Caesar dressing.
It's 11 o'clock. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. This market is nowhere near to be done. I mean, you got earnings after market, which I'm sure everyone cares more about Robinhood than anything else after market. That's not true. But stick around. We're going right over to the midday. It's Sharif and Adara already.
Ooh.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl Adara. We already have a couple of early birds. We got Laura Rogers, the crazy Stitch lady, Guilty Gunner. Are you an Arsenal fan? Because, you know, Arsenal are known as the Gunners. I didn't know if you knew that. Pillsbury, Christopher Holcomb. We got Mark Susie, baby. We got RH. We got Pitchbull. We got The One, Pedro Khan, Miss A. We got Benson Yang. We got Jackknife. We got Nick Free, Chef Joe, Chet GPT. Oh, that gauntlet is here, baby. We got Cristiano Ronaldo, Dad Trader, Futures Trader Extraordinaire. We got Atif. We got Pascal. We got Shannon Gregory. We got everybody joining, and we couldn't be happier for you guys to join us today. Another segment on accumulation and distribution. Get your pens and paper ready, or maybe just, I don't know, record. the lesson. Let me tell you quickly about this trade that I've had here on DBGI, small cap gapper du jour, or one of many, quite frankly, because the side chart is filled with small cap gappers. We'll get to those bad boys in a second. So Neil called this level out, and I absolutely loved it. So look at this former area of resistance on this name at 9.5. We made our way almost into 13. We come right back into 9.5, and that's the former resistance level. I got long right at that level, and literally is bottom wick. And then we moved our way up into 11.5. I had other beak wetters on the other side of 1150, but we got a bit of a double top there in the high 1140s. It was not to be for my profit takers on the other side of the 50 penny level, and then down we go. I stopped out for the remaining 40% of the position at break even, and now we are flat bottom breaking, baby, through that 950 former area of resistance down into 9. We are VWAP right now, so right now we're holding above VWAP on DBGI, over 200% on the day to the good. But will it flat bottom break through that 9.5 and give up the ghost at VWAP? We shall have to wait and see. Let me give you some information on this name here. Digital Brands Group, it's a $9.75 million market cap, so tiny to say the least. And in addition to the market cap being tiny, so is the float. 980,000 shares available for trade. That is minuscule. Be very careful on this name. Make sure it sets up. Right now, though, Adara, it's putting in lower highs with a flat bottom break at 9.5. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, congrats on that DBGI. That's a designer trade on Designer Brands Group. Getting
You're ready
started
for
early.
that one. I like
Sharif outpunned me this morning. Like, I said something, I didn't even realize it was a pun. And then Sharif's like, oh, you were probably dying to say that. Oh, it was the chips are down. It was chips are. I was like, oh, the chips are down. And Sharif's like, oh, I bet you're dying to say. I was like, oh, yeah, the chips have been so strong lately. And Sharif's like, no, the pun. And I was like,
I know, right? I'm like, that was right there for you.
so there we go. But yeah, no, my day's been good. Missed a couple opportunities to get into Meta and NVIDIA as long. So Meta here, I liked this cup and handle-ish formation we had hanging out just below that 9 EMA. Tried to get in. Meta was moving way too quickly. I could not even get into the DMs there. NVIDIA, same story. 9 EMA bounced. I liked it. I would have taken it to this area, which we're actually starting to see a little bit of, you know, petering down. But if we can't make new highs in either of these, I'll short them to the bottom of the trend line. And I say that also because, especially with NVIDIA, this 9 EMA trend bounce is strong enough that I think we could have a little bit of range fun here. We'll see how long it lasts, but those would be my areas of interest. I don't have any trades yet. I will say, I think Sean saying that it's been a hard day to trade makes me very nervous, but we're going to see what we can do. You know, as Obi says, where's the next trade?
Right.
I'm excited to get involved.
All
I'm
right.
very excited to talk about this.
Let's get down to work, baby. We're talking again about accumulation and distribution, and today the context is going to be decoding the market context. I know I didn't mean to actually use context twice there, but we're going to talk about a lot of auxiliary factors that you have to consider in addition to obviously price action and stuff like that. So let's get right to it, baby. News and events. So this is very important. So think of market context in the accumulation and distribution phase as crucial for interpreting, yeah, you guessed it, accumulation and distribution patterns. So it's like deciphering hidden messages within the market. Let's dive right into the key elements. The first one is news and events. So obviously here we're looking at bullish catalysts to start. So we're looking first of all, at broad market impact. So you're looking for news affecting the entire market, like what happened today with CPI. You're looking for Federal Reserve announcements, major economic data like NFP, non-farm payrolls. These can trigger widespread buying and selling, potentially leading to clear accumulation or distribution patterns, okay? You're also looking for sector-specific events, right? You wanna know about the news impacting specific industries like a new drug for like the GLP-1s. Look what it's doing for Lilly. Look what it's doing for Novo Nordisk. So you're looking for macro news events like that. These can affect the sectors more dramatically. They can also influence the accumulation and distribution patterns within the specific names as well as within the specific sector. And you're looking for company-specific announcements like earnings reports, product launches, management changes, for example. These can have a direct impact on the stock price of a company and also, you guessed it, lead to accumulation and distribution patterns specific to that company. Questions or comments there?
Yeah, I will say one thing too is sometimes the more specific a catalyst is or the smaller the group is, the more they can kind of run together. So I will say with regards to GLP-1s, you did mention, oddly enough, one of my favorite niches to trade. And I find those, if you have news on one of them, so Lilly or Novo Nordisk, and there are other companies making weight loss drugs, but those are definitely the two big kahunas of that world.
Yep.
If one of them is moving, chances are the other one is too, or you can kind of play them off each other as someone who happens to trade in that niche a lot. So that's just kind of my food for thought there, especially because you did mention that example. And then sometimes there are catalysts too that are going to be more specifically impacting one stock, cough, cough, the Boeing door, but they could also impact airlines as well, right? So think about that. Sometimes it's good to think about the specific event and then also any kind of offshoots that could happen from that event in terms of how the market might react and what stocks to watch.
Absolutely. Well said. There's also the magnitude and the surprise. The magnitude of the event and the surprising aspect of the event that can have an impact on it as well. So if widely anticipated, for example, the impact on accumulation and distribution might be muted, right? Like when we knew every time when we were raising interest rates, right? We were predicting, okay, this time it's going to be 50 basis points. No, this time it's going to be 25. The market would price in a certain increase, and if we got that increase, the market move would be muted. We maybe pop up, then move back down, but we would end up somewhere in between, okay? So expected events have typically a muted impact as the market has already priced in that news. So make sure to understand that as well. The unexpected events, though, the surprises, sudden policy changes, natural disasters, God forbid, can cause larger reactions, leading to clearer accumulation and distribution patterns as investors adjust their position. They digest that new information. The big hedge funds take it to their buying panels or their buying committees. They make the decision on what they're going to do, and then in the subsequent weeks and days, there's either buying or selling in that regard. There's also positive versus negative news. Generally, positive news fuels buying pressure, which is accumulation, and negative news, you guessed it, triggers selling, which is distribution. However, the severity and the implication of the news matters more than just positive or negative. It's going to be about how much that particular news catalyst affects that sector, affects that name, or affects the overall market economy. Some examples: positive macroeconomic data like strong GDP growth might spark a broad market accumulation. We've been talking a lot lately about this soft landing that's supposed to happen, right? So we've been looking specifically at two things: how the job market's holding up and how the overall economy is holding up. The GDP numbers have been higher than expected. The non-farm payrolls, the JOLTS, all coming in stronger than expected, showing continued market strength, more overall market strength, right? So positive macroeconomic data. There's another positive surprise is company exceeding earnings expectations. How many times have we seen that? When you beat on the top and bottom line, but the stock doesn't necessarily move. What really moves the needle is the guide. Investors want to know where you're going to go next. They've already priced in what you've done now. They want to know, are you going to continue to do better or worse in the futures? And there's also obviously the unexpected interest rate hikes. We really haven't had to deal with that recently. Most interest rate hikes have been quite telegraphed by the Fed, but you recall in 2018 when Jerome Powell started increasing rates, much to the chagrin of Donald Trump, these were kind of unexpected. They came out of nowhere. So even though we haven't really experienced that at the moment, it doesn't put it beyond the realm of possibility. Adair, questions or comments?
Yeah, so one thing I think too that's interesting, especially with regards to earnings, is I think sometimes, at least from what I've noticed, and take this what you will, but this is just something I think is interesting. As you were saying, what I appreciate is sometimes different things will be moving the market. Sometimes too, the moment that you see the accumulation or distribution that you see will be less huge if the thing it's reacting to is smaller. So case in point, Levi's bounced off of earnings despite missing across the board and projecting lower revenue. The only reason they really seemed to bounce was that they had announced some layoffs and some cutbacks for the jobs. And so they did get a nice bounce off of that. Guess how long that lasted? Not very long, right? And so I think that experience was just kind of evidence to me, and I think a huge thing for me to see, like, hey, these bounces that you get, if there's not much to support them, who knows how much accumulation you'll have, right? And I guess same for sell-offs with the, as Sharif was mentioning yesterday, the almost daily barrage of bear Elon catalyst for Tesla, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of times, if these catalysts are smaller, like the recalls that aren't really recalls for Tesla vehicles, Tesla will usually, not always, right, but sometimes bounce back.
I had a recall on my phone yesterday. It was very upsetting.
Was it?
I woke up in the morning and I saw a little red icon on my settings, and it had a recall. I had to update the phone. Isn't that a recall?
I guess from this, it took me way too long to realize you were being sarcastic.
Come on, Katina, man. The Katina man thought I was serious. No.
So did I for a second.
Yeah, the Katina man had to recall his phone too the other day. We're kidding, tongue in cheek, guys, obviously, of course. All right, let's talk about the importance of support and resistance in the context of accumulation and distribution. Ram, let's get to that chart over here. All right. In day trading, goes without saying, support and resistance acts like an invisible battle line where buyers and sellers clash, right? Understanding these levels is obviously crucial for identifying potential accumulation and distribution zones. Let's explore those nuances. So the understanding of why, first and foremost. So support, think of support as a floor where buying pressure tends to increase, potentially halting the price decline and leading to possible accumulation. Buyers see it as an attractive entry point, expecting prices to bounce back. You just saw in that trade that I had on DGBI, the Neil called out that 950 previous resistance, current support. I went long at that level. That's exactly what we're talking about there, okay? Resistance, though. Imagine it as a ceiling. Where selling pressure intensifies, potentially halting a price advance, leading to what we call distribution. Sellers see it as an opportune moment to take profits, expecting prices to stall or at least decline, okay? There's different types of, though, support and resistance. So horizontal lines, right? You guys see me charting the closing price on every instrument that I look at, right? And that's by absolute habit, right? So that's always going to be a horizontal line because that's the closing price from yesterday. It's not going to be an inclining or declining line. So draw past price points where price bounce occurred, reflecting historical buying and selling pressure. Trend lines, though, equally as important for support and resistance, connecting the swing high and lows to identify potential support and resistance areas, and Fibonacci's. Shout out to all my fib heads out there, man. I've been always getting flack in the chat for not using fibs as much. So obviously, technical analysis and Fibonacci tools identify potential support and resistance based on retracement levels. But, you know, to me, fib levels, even though that they're found in nature, I tend to rely a little bit more on price action levels rather than fib levels. There's also the, yeah, no problem. Let me just finish this point and then we'll get right into it. The strength of the support and resistance. So multiple touches, the more times a level has been touched or reversed at that particular level, bounced off that particular level, the stronger the support and resistance. You've heard me say this there are multiple times. So the wider the time frame, the more important. The more touches at that particular level, the more important, the more valid that particular level is, all right? Volume confirmation, equally as important here. Higher volume at support, which is buying, or resistance, which is obviously selling, strengthens that particular level. So keep your eye on volume at those key levels, and then market context. This is the entire theme of the day. Consider overall trend, news events, and sentiment affecting the strength of these levels of dare.
Yeah, no, I think one thing too that I think is interesting as well is you can use this different ways. Like, you know, looking at different people, like you said, are going to look at different things. Like some people will look at fibs, you like looking at support and resistance, but also you can use it in different ways. Like I'll use support and resistance when I'm trying to be range scalpy, right? And so that's how it can kind of be like, oh, you know, this might be a bit of a counter trend move, but if we're still within this range, then it's safe to proceed. You have the green flag, right? So I think what's interesting too is that accumulation and distribution beyond, although when I did a lot of the reading, it said a lot of this is going to be longer term. You can also use it for day trading purely in terms of looking at charts or fibs or saying, hey, what levels are we within? Whatever your trading style is, you can find a way. And I think we kind of do it without thinking about it too, right? Accumulation and distribution is just part of the market. And this is what I think is really cool about this week is it's just different ways of looking at it and different ways of factoring and being more cognizant of it.
I don't know if you guys noticed there, but Adair started smiling, and there's a reason why she's smiling. It's because something's going down there. You want to tell them about that trade, Adair?
Yeah, I can. That actually wasn't why I was smiling, but thank you.
Okay, I just figured it was.
Something is quite literally going down. Meta is going down. I'm in this short. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about it. So I got into this. I would decidedly say not in the back end. I got involved though because I did see, I was looking at the book and we were stalling a little bit at this 467.70. We came back down a little bit from that 468. We held it. I was like, you know what, we're going to get in on this short. We ended up bouncing back up, but I said as long as we don't decisively break above that, thank you, that 467.30-ish area, I'm good to go here. And then we started, I added a little bit here above this 467. Oh, and we're starting to fall again here. Now that's why I'm smiling. Down. Yeah, down indeed. So I got out part of this here. This was playing around this 466 area, 50 area, then 466.20. A lot of this has just been scalpulating, seeing, hey, where in the book are we seeing some issues? That's where I'm going to punch out. Also scalpulating to kind of explain this terminology that I made up here. As Sharif says, made up words are very welcome here on How to Trade.
Always.
And thank you, I appreciate that. And the thing is too, when I say scalpulating is I always have key levels going in when I scalp, but sometimes if we're seeing resistance or if we're struggling at certain areas, I'll piece out parts of it earlier. I have enough for one little piece left for the dream. That dream is going to be this resistance at just shy of 465. So I might just get out right at 465 because as I said, I'm always a little weary when we get to these areas. But yeah, thank you for letting me cut in there. But yeah, I think really, really interesting how accumulation and distribution are kind of omnipresent in the market.
They are. And Larry Finkster, shouting you out there indirectly says, upside down umbrella handle?
Oh!
One of the patterns that we made up yesterday on the show. No, we're kidding, of course, guys. But let's get back into the lesson. Market trend, guys. Market trend provides the big picture. It influences how we interpret smaller signals like accumulation and distribution patterns. Let's dive a little bit deeper into the impact of the trading decisions of a market trend. So an uptrend, right? My favorite type of trend. I like uptrends. Prices generally move higher with higher highs and higher lows. Accumulation is more likely as bulls dominate, suggesting potential buying opportunities. So in an uptrend, you're more likely to have accumulation, obviously, than distribution. That should be kind of intuitive. Downtrend, conversely, what we were just talking about, prices generally move lower with lower highs and lower lows. Distribution is more likely as bears are in control, indicating obviously potential selling opportunities. The trick though is the range-bound markets, and these are the bane of my existence. I hate range-bound markets, right? Prices fluctuate within a defined channel without a clear upward or downward trend. Accumulation and distribution signals might be less clear cut, requiring extra caution and confirmation. Hit it, Katina, man. I thought you were going to hit something there. I thought you were printing. Yeah, so range-bound markets, tougher to identify accumulation and distribution patterns. But then again, for me, range-bound markets are really hard to trade in general. Understanding the trend strength, though, another key variable in here. The steepness of the trend. When you see something like NVIDIA absolutely rocket up with, like a 45-degree angle, maybe even more. The steepness of the trend, steeper trends suggest stronger momentum and clearer accumulation and distribution patterns. The duration of the trend. Hit it, Katina, man. What is that? The floss? It's
and Neil.
And Brendo.
Oh my
it's Brendo on the top right for some reason. I like it.
He's hiding.
The Chilean Nightmare just made that, eh? Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare.
Shout out.
The duration of the trend, equally as important, guys. The longer the trends tend to be, the more reliable than the short-lived ones. That should be kind of, Newtonian, in my opinion. Confirmation from indicators, using moving averages, MACD, RSI to confirm the trend direction and the strength. So keep in mind, you really need to analyze trend strength to know how vigorous or not vigorous the accumulation and distribution is going to be. And the impact on accumulation and distribution of overall market trend. In uptrends, obviously look for accumulation near support levels, potential breakouts above resistance, and confirmation of buying volume. In downtrends, focus on distribution near resistance levels, obviously on the daily or the weekly here is what I'm talking about. Look at the potential breakdowns below support and the confirmation of selling volume. And again, range-bound markets, be cautious in range-bound markets as accumulation and distribution signals might be weaker. Look for breakouts from within the range with confirmation before taking a position. Questions or comments, Adara?
So one thing I wanna say too with regards to being range bound, and again, this comes from you're always gonna have different perspectives on accumulation and distribution. Now, you and I are both gonna be cautious of range bound markets for different reasons because I know you are a trend trader. I like ranges, but why I'm cautious of them is because they can fall in or out at any moment, and so that's when, like we were talking about with accumulation. And distribution, if you're going to get to a breakout or breakdown, you're going to see an influx of volume. So you really want to be careful of volume when you're getting involved in these range trades as someone who does enjoy them, because just because we had a range up to this point doesn't mean it's going to hold up, right? And that's why also it's nice to look at the general market and see, hey, what are we doing? Like, how are the Qs doing? How are the SPY doing? That's something I want to do more, which is why also partially I've started trying to trade some of these indices because it gives you a better sense of how the overall market's moving. But basically, yeah, like you can, different things are going to matter for different reasons, basically, depending on your experience with the market.
And then you also have to combine everything we've just given you. Combine it all, guys. Like Adira and I have been saying, it's on the balance of the evidence approach. It's not just one thing that you should be looking at in isolation to the exclusion of others, on the balance of the evidence. So don't analyze these factors in isolation. Combine them like pieces of a puzzle. Is bullish news driving prices towards support in an uptrend? This could signal obviously strong accumulation. Conversely, is negative data pushing prices against resistance in a downtrend? This could hint at a possible distribution. And remember these little points, okay? Market context is dynamic. Stay updated and adapt your interpretations as news unfolds and trends evolve. Here's a little tip. Explore sentiment indicators like put-call ratios, right? Or social media analysis to gauge the broader market sentiment, enriching your understanding of context. And that's something that I put on my, what is that? When you start the new year? Resolutions. That's one thing I definitely have on my resolutions list, to understand more about options, not just to trade options, but to help, add color and context to my equity trading, because a lot of the, the movement we get happens in the options market and then finds its way into equities. So by mastering the art of reading the market context, you can gain valuable insight into understanding forces driving accumulation and distribution patterns, ultimately making more informed trading decisions. And isn't that what we all want? That is really the end of the lesson there. And we will start that up again at the top of the hour, Adira. And people were asking in the chat for PDFs of the notes, and that's something I can discuss with the production team, with the Brendo, see how they feel about that. Maybe we can make it available on the website. I'll let you know. All right, so let's have a look here, Adira, at the future. First and foremost, I just want to start because this is what the Katina man was talking about earlier when we moved up into 17.8. Look at that rejection at 17.8, right? We made our way up off that 17.6 bounce, even though we broke 17.6, albeit very briefly, into 17.586. We definitely held that 17.6 on a closing basis. It was one candle, one 5-minute candle that broke 17.6. And then we moved all the way up here into 17.790, not quite up into 17.8. And then now we're making lower highs, but we're not really making lower lows. In fact, we bounced off VWAP, which is at 17.725. So I'm going to keep my eye here on this 17.8 level because the market looks like, I don't want to say the market's going to go up or anything. That'd be kind of a bold statement given that we're down 1/5. But I'm keeping my eye on this level. Do we make our way back up into 17.8 here? And if we do, is it a short or is it a long at that point? I'm going to be watching the future intently today because there's a lot of movement in the future. How goes that MetaTrade though?
Oh, the MetaTrade went swimmingly. I'm pleased as punch. I did leave because, and I have to say, I'm pretty happy with how the exit went. So basically, the initial goal was to kind of get out right above 465. We got to about 465.20, and then Meta started picking back up. So I noticed where we had a little bit of reprieve, that 465.50, and I got the rest out. So I have to say I'm pretty happy with how this went. Thank you. Yeah, and I think this is definitely, like when I say scalpulation, that's what I mean. Like we have goals, but I'm willing, if I want to get a little bit more profit out of the movement, I'm going to watch the book. I'm going to kind of see how that moves, and then I'm going to try to do my thing 21. I also find it works better the more comfortable I am with how a book moves. So Tesla, as much as that one can be stressful, I've talked to Obi about this one of the times that he was on recently. Shout out to Obi. But I was saying for me with Tesla, because that book is so wild and crazy, if it pauses at a certain level, then I feel a little bit more emboldened to get into a trade. If I have that in combination or in tandem or in confluence with all of these other factors I'm looking for, right? So
Thanks.
so with Meta, that's why I felt comfortable getting in, or at least adding to the position, because I will concede I got in a bit too early for the first part of this, but I felt really comfortable adding, because every time we got above that 468 decisively, 467, sorry, decisively, we'd come back down. So I was like, there we go, right? So it's just really watching the book in combination with key levels being this triple top now. However, Meta continuing to make higher lows now makes me think, especially with this 467 clearly being a level, I think we could make a breakout to the upside. We're only slightly negative on the day, so I'm probably going to avoid shorting this for the foreseeable future unless there's a bit more confluence there. Shout out to Obi.
Down.
Once it goes down or up, or pamp it, but we'll have to wait and see what it does here. There's no, I guess, what's the equivalent for down? Is it like up?
Down. I don't know. I just like the way the Katina man says. I kind of stole it from him. Yeah.
We're always stealing phrases here.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I also am watching NVIDIA hanging out around this 9 EMA. I don't know if it wants to go up or down, but whatever it does, I will get involved. If we go short, I'm just going to be taking pieces off at these previous levels of support, as I want to do.
All right. We have to talk about the small cap gappers on the day, because sure, there's so many of them. All right. There's two right now that are still heading to the high side. They go by the name HOLO, and there it goes. It's open and it's flying up again. Here comes 100%. There goes 100%. Now we should be looking at $35. This was halted when I talked, and down it goes again. So let's see if it holds this previous halt level of 32.5. It's doing the dance with no pants right there at that level, and that the new high day. Here comes 35, and there goes 35. Here comes 37. There goes 37. Unreal, bro. Yeah, it's unreal. Man, there goes 38. So Holo absolutely flying to the high side. This is a runner from last week. This is what started the small cap madness that we have. It was the first triple digit gainer last week. It precipitated a whole host of other triple digit gainers. And this is how the small caps work, guys. They come in waves, right? Get ready for the waves of small cap gappers. But anyway, 38.09 for now. This one's a monster. Let's keep an eye on it. But the other one here, the one Nimit was talking about, BGLC. This one's halted at 2.25, just south of 220, 2 1/5. The high of day is 2.25. It's not open just yet. I don't know what time it halted. I have to look at my side chart, but we're almost essentially at high day, right? We're 4 points off high day at the moment. Let me give you some details on BGLC. This bad boy is an 8.7 million share float. So it's not micro, but it's not big either. It's a $39 million market cap. I forgot to load up trade ideas, so I have to load it up now. We're gonna find out what the short float, if any, is on BGLC to see if this bad boy is squeezing, is short squeezing to the high side. Give me 1 sec here. It's almost done. There we go. Shout out to the NOS boss and his crew there at Trade Ideas. All right, let's find out BGLC. So this one, we don't have a short float, sadly, from Trade Ideas on this name, but it's also saying the float's a little bit higher. It's about 10.12 million shares there on Trade Ideas. So a bit of a variance between my platform and Trade Ideas. So yeah, we can take the mean. Anyway, we'll wait for this one to open, but it's two small cap gappers that I'm keeping my eye on, BGLC and HOLO. The reason is, these are the only two that are above VWAP at the moment. BMR is below VWAP. It's trying to hold 15, but VWAP's at 16 1/3. DBGI, the one I traded, positively, mind you, the VWAP's at 9. It's trading at 750. OMH, this one as well, was almost at 750. Now it's trading down to 281, so it's well below VWAP. And AULT, look at this Christmas tree retracement here. Shout out to Randy. Broke through $1 ever so briefly, and then all the way back down we go into 50 pennies, holding that 50 penny area. So just two tradable small cap gappers for me, HOLO, BGLC, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, congrats to some people in the chat mentioning they did well in AULT. Congrats to you. I know Bovine, I love that name, just saying that now. D. Westermeyer earlier as well, so shout out to you guys. If I see them move, I go get them. I just saw that. Thank you very much here. Kyle Burdett, thank you so much for this $1.99 super chat, which I'm very excited to read. Adara, I ain't no holla back, boy. Yeah, I mean, I like puns. I like Gwen Stefani in the early 2000s. And thank you so much for the support. We really do appreciate it. And yeah, that was very fun for me to read. I really have to say there. Thank you so much. Yeah, the Piper saying spread is too wide on these small cap gappers. Yeah, the spread is certainly crazy. And I think too, especially when these small cap gappers are moving a little bit, some of them don't even have that small floats, right? Some of these have like 10 mil share floats. I think a lot of it is just kind of excitement. They're all excited their friends are running, so they want to run too. But it's like, did you ask your parents' permission? Do you have like your winter coat? I don't know if they're all really ready to run. And so I think that's why some of them are falling with the swiftness if their catalysts aren't going to have that strength. I like the whispering of swiftness there too. Also, this Tesla short is becoming dicier by the day, but as long as we stay, or not the day, I've not been in it for a day, but as long as we stay below that 185, I'm interested. Initially, this was looking nice, kind of curling back below from that 9 EMA. We're going to see if it stays nice. I do have, this is really scalpy. I'm trying to get everything out just below that 184 area. I have my profit takers ready. The beaks are ready to be dipped as the Cybertruck comes through to the downside, but we're going to have to see if and when that occurs. This might have been a bit hasty on my part here. Some mentions of, Salty Bear asking if I'm out of the meta short. I did get out of the meta short. Yeah, I scalped it out here. Looks like we went slightly lower, but I'm pretty happy with the exit. I'm not getting back in meta until it decides which way it wants to go. Because to me, if we break above this triple top of 467-ish, I think that's going to be a crazy move up. But also, we're still down on the day. We're having a hard time making a new high. I think it could go either way. And I don't want to make a decision until I have a better sense. Also, NVIDIA continuing to kind of curl back in on itself. I don't want to say head and shoulder. It kind of looks like linebackery. We have the head and then two giant shoulder pads. So we're going to have to see. I don't want to call it.
Never heard that before.
It's like a linebacker head and shoulder.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah, because it's like, I wouldn't really call it a head and shoulder, but it's certainly manifesting in a semi-similar way. So we're going to have to see how this transpires. I will be very interested, though, if we break below that 727 area, because this was a heck of a level earlier today, in my humble opinion there. I think certainly lots going on in the market. Bouchon saying long Tesla. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I have definitely a plan for exiting this should it go awry.
The Kakina man is long Tesla?
No, this guy was just saying this in the chat. Yeah, no, sorry, I was not trying to false advertise anything.
No,
but yeah.
I was on because I was wondering. Okay, so maybe we should look at some large cappers now, Adair, to figure out what's going on here in large cap world. I know you covered Meta quite brilliantly there, but let's look at the other 6 that are moving. Now, look, we were negative on all of the names. Now NVIDIA is positive. It's up 0.75. But you know what else is positive? SMCI. It's up 2% against all the odds. I mean, like, this thing is unbelievable. Guys, SMCI is up 177% on the year, and it doesn't want to quit. I don't even know what the short float is on SMCI. Sorry, let me digress for a little bit. I need to know. It's 11%, 10.8%. Thanks, Neil. Yeah, so it's not negligible, but it's not, anyway, it's not huge. All right, so let's look at here what is the strongest of the bunch. We're going to have to say NVIDIA, obviously, is the strongest, up 0.71. But how do we weasel away? How do we get our way into NVIDIA? Personally, I'm not going to get into NVIDIA at these levels. 727 is too rich for me at these levels. I want to watch what it does at around 722.5. That is yesterday's closing price, and that is the top area in the pre-market. That is the consolidation top that we had, 722.5. That could interest me to go long on NVIDIA there, but you're not going to see me put a dip trade in around there. I'm not going to do that. I need to get it to that level, and then I want to see it reject or curl, get it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say. We'll see if it makes its way down into 722.5. It's obviously running away from it now, up 0.2%, was up more at that 35 top that it put in. So NVIDIA is the one that I'm liking for the long. Now let's see what else is presenting an opportunity. Maybe looking for some shorts. Meta looks like it's on the way up again, but the
there you go. Keep
with
going.
Meta is, even though it looks like it's bouncing off that
Hit my target,
465,
please.
it's still putting
Thank
in
you.
lower highs. So that crest over
Yeah,
here,
hit my
468
Bitcoin?
is well
Yes.
noted.
Which
And
target?
then we dipped down a little bit into 467.5, and now we're
Thank
at
you.
466.5. So lower high, lower high, lower high.
Oh, you took a long?
Higher lows at the same time too. So possibly here a bit of a bull pennant.
On the sim
Right,
on
but
the
then,
sim account though.
I
This
mean,
starts
I don't want to see
trying to
what I
see
want to see,
Ooh.
right? Because we have such a big downtrend. I don't know if this is the appropriate area for a bull flag or bull pennant. Anyway, Meta looks strong though. it looks stronger than the rest, quite frankly. Here comes 467 on Meta. So we're going to have to think a little bit about this one before punching in. What else do we have? We have Apple bouncing off VWAP. That's kind of an interesting look. Apple's dead money on the day, down 0.8.
Gonna try to chase it with some longs here.
Clean double bottom at that 185.30.
Tech stocks look good. Microsoft looks good to go up. Same with Google. Apple's looking good. Amazon stopped selling off. Nvidia rolling up too.
And then Tesla is coming into VWAP.
He's not wrong.
Let's see if it clears VWAP. It's been putting in lower highs and lower lows though, right? Look at this top here at 187.25. Then we top out at 185.75.
We're getting on this red
now
candle.
We're at 185 and maybe a quarter. So let's see if this, sequentially lower highs and lower lows changes, and we catch a higher low or catch a higher high. So interesting look here on TSLA. Nothing for me quite yet. Whether on small cappers or these large caps, I'm definitely looking for
rich
here to weasel into, but nothing to my liking quite yet, Adair.
I thought he'd get it like at 2.8 or something.
Yeah, I agree with Meta. Meta, like I said, I'm watching that 467 like a hawk, eagle-eyed there. I did get out of the Tesla short probably a bit too early. I watched, like I said, I was watching for a break above 185. We decisively broke above 185. I had to say goodbye, but we're curling back down below it. So maybe I should have waited for a full candle close there. C'est la vie. I stand by the point of entry and I stand by the point of exit from a risk management standpoint. Like I said, sometimes risk management's not going to be glamorous, but it's what you have to do. And in terms of the entry here, we did pause at this level for quite a while. We initially made moves lower. Like that, just to kind of, for the thesis of that move for me. But that's okay. The market proves you wrong. You got to move on, brush off your shoulders. When's the next trade? As Obi likes to say. Also, that NVIDIA 727.
NVIDIA wants to keep selling off.
I know you said you were not watching NVIDIA 727. I am watching NVIDIA 727 for my little rangy purposes. Nice. Because this level on NVIDIA
just hold it.
Something today. Let me tell you, we've got
just
to 727, then we bounce right back up.
I took it for $25.
727. I might take this short. Two probably around the same area you mentioned, that 720. Although that
just
would
the ES long.
For the dream time, because this would probably.
I didn't want to hold this because it could pull back some more.
But I see what you mean, like this 722 level.
I really don't like where Nvidia's going.
Yeah, and also like where we kind of had that round bottom earlier. Like I totally.
At least you can hold these positions forever, basically.
At 727, because we can't break it yet. If we do decide to break it though, I'm gonna say hi. I'm gonna be NVIDIA. Let's see what we can do.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you. Yeah, not much else I'm keeping my eye on right now. Tesla.
I told you need to hold it. It's going up.
VWAP, because that VWAP break was short-lived.
So Holo just absolutely skyrocketed there into $42.49. So essentially 43 bucks. It put in a red topping tail candle on the 5-minute look here. We may have to take this candle with a grain of salt, man, just because, well, it looks like it's rocketing right back up. Here comes $40 again on HOLO. It's awfully spready, though, so don't get it twisted. I mean, you could absolutely get cut up on this name, so make sure you are managing risk. Right now, the spread isn't all that bad. It's about 20 pennies. Now it goes to 40, so it does change, quite quickly and quite aggressively. So what could be a 10-penny spread can all of a sudden open up into half a dollar. So we'll see now if we can hold this 37 area. We've had several descents on the 1-minute chart into 37. Most of the closing prints are at or above 37. You have this one candle over here that dipped super aggressively. I don't know if that's a real candle there. That dipped into what, 32? No, hold on. What time was this candle here for here? 11:36. No, so that candle, this is bamboo. This is not accurate. This candle's wick over here, that's a dark pool print. So most of the prints here are at 37. Looks like we're holding that general 37 area. Here comes 39 though, right? So now we're looking at that whole dollar. Can we stay above that $40 area? Let's chart HOLO. Were we up here last week? How far do we get? Okay, so here's a look on HOLO. We did make a move past 50. So we got to about 51 and change. Right? That was on the 7th. And then we had some pre-market action on the 8th. So this was whatever, the next day, the 8th, we popped up in the pre-market to around where we are right now. So look at that pop up here. That's pre-market action. So we have to look at it with a bit more skepticism, but some of these small cap gappers, they do their biggest moves in the pre-market. Here comes 43 the high a day right now, but we're moving $1.50 at a time here on HOLO. It's madness, and we just dropped $3 like it didn't even matter. Whew. Yeah, that's nuts. So this is the candle that I was trying to chart off here, that 7 a.m. print on the 8th, but we've broken above that. Next piece of resistance is going to have to be that whole dollar level at 50 bucks, that $50 level, and then above that obviously is that quick wick that we had into 51, but it's really 50 that's going to be the price here. How I work my way into this, you know, an entirely different story. It's just too aggressive, and there's just way too much risk to be had here, sizing into this thing, right? Maybe you can get in a few shares and, you know, you lose 50, 60 bucks if it goes against you, $5. But, you know, if you're going to size in big here, you could absolutely get rinsed if it goes against you the wrong way. I'm going to have to think of this because I don't have a plan to get in this right now. I'll have to figure that out.
Yeah, I will say, like, congrats to anybody who's been doing well in the small caps, because they are, you know, as Sharif once said about NVIDIA, they're not for the faint of heart. It's something that would very much stress me out. So I have, like, you know, so much respect for Sharif and Neil and everyone trading these small cap gappers, because they move with a viciousness and a swiftness. So yeah, what a move there.
Yes.
I think that's
Keep going.
yeah,
Keep going.
Holo is, as someone was saying, lots of people
And
go with
Keelong?
Holo and Holo,
Please.
and I think that's certainly not inaccurate. Yes, last week too, as Sharif
Real
mentioned,
or is
also
it
kind of
the
started
funded
the
account?
new wave of
Or
these small cap gappers going up 3 digits. It also brought along
just a similar.
Wrigley, a friend with it, Wimmy,
Oh.
WIMI, which was also a hologram name, down 3% of the day, so clearly it left it behind at the bus stop or something. But yeah, Holo certainly having some kind of spell on the market right now, up 120+%. And honestly, you know, we were talking about this yesterday too, and I appreciate you pointing it out, is a lot of these halts will still kind of make the form of chart patterns. And I think you can certainly see that with Holo, regardless of the volatility and, for lack of a better word, the madness with which this moves. It still does have your, more or less, your up and down patterns here. Let's talk about A40 rounds, or A40 rounds, $10 super chat. First super chat in the live stream. Thank you so much. Great job as usual, guys. Your hard work shows.
Bang.
I would love to see some more average traders again, like back in your day. Take a look at AI, please. Female traders rule. Thank you. Well, I cannot speak for all female traders, but as a female paper trader or simulator trader, I really thank you very much. And let's look at AI. And thank you so much for your super chat. AI is on the New York, which is a plot twist for me. I was not mentally prepared for that. But yeah, this is a really nice look at AI. Also, do you want to, you can talk about your video.
Yeah, we're $1 in the money right now on this NVIDIA long. We're looking for a move and a hold above 730 here, Adair. We got long 729.77. Here comes that 731 area. We're going to put that at around 92s. Let's see if we can get that fill in and around there. It's a slippery one here. I got to tell you, I'm a little nervous holding this because, well, this one can move dollars at a time.
I'm sure it looks really nice
put out some
for the
orders.
podcast.
Yeah, congrats to you on that. I was watching that, and yeah, 727 clearly was like, ha, Dara, this is not a level, and then flew up. So congrats to you on that. Congrats to anybody NVIDIA long. Mildred mentioning this one. Yeah, thank you for pointing that one out as well. I'll still be, again, I'll keep my eye on 727, but it looks like it's going to take us a little bit longer. So very happy I did not close my eyes and punch in. But back to AI for this super chat here. I think this rounded bottom actually coinciding a little bit with VWAP. So we kind of bottom out around VWAP. Chop and churn,
Very
ride this
nice.
90 MA beautifully. I will be very cognizant of what we do at 3060, because that would be a double top should we hit at that level, right? So I think that would certainly be something to note in terms of the daily look, the intraday look, sorry, on AI, C3 AI. However,
Same guy or different
we're
guy?
still down 3% plus on this name.
Oh.
Also, this one is really heavily shorted. Like, I discovered this the big desk. There's like a 32% short float on C3 AI, which is, I think, something worth noting as well.
Dang.
It's definitely in the 30s or above. Oh, what an area of support at this 24 area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times we've touched this bottom here at 24 on C3AI on the daily chart. This goes back to September. I would certainly call this a level. One thing I will say as well is I think breaking decisively above that 31, 32
Lost it
area
all?
could be momentous for C3AI. And
We spent it all?
that's been a bit of a local high as of note. We're getting into that area again. And I think if we break above it, I would be watching what we do. You know, and I also say 31, 32 because look, this was a double bottom earlier.
Oh, God.
Come back to find it as resistance. you know, I like looking at resistance and support. That's a huge thing I've learned from being at this desk, and I know something.
Shouldn't have so many kids.
Something I've tried to learn from there. But yeah, this AI.
Kids make you broke, man.
As support, and then I'm going to watch what we do 31, 32, because we're kind of nearing that level. Definitely support becoming resistance, I would say, on the daily chart. I hope that helps in some way, but I think this is a really, really cool look here.
Yeah, we should just get into financial advisors for rich people that are young.
Look, it's not setting up my way. This was kind of like a more impulsive trade. Gotta be honest. We got some profits on it. We give up we gave up about 50
well-known
winnings there. So only hold. Yeah, that sucks. That's all right. That's all right. All good. Still up on the day, but we gave back about 50% of the winnings.
It's just like the people that win the lottery and they blow all the money.
About 70 pennies. I just couldn't hold this with the amount of size that I was holding.
Yeah, pretty much.
This wasn't a good trade. More impulsive, but we'll look for something a little bit more structured, less impulsive. Yeah, I don't like anything at these levels, man. Jeez Louise. People tell me to look at ARM. All right, sure. Let's have a look at ARM. I pulled up Disney as well. Just before I get to ARM, because
training, yeah,
a nice little move here and has been for several days, right? So good look for Diz. It started its life out in the 108s. Now we're breaking through the 110s. We're looking to go a high of day at 110 and a third. So we'll keep Disney on watch here. But we're going to look at ARM now. Let's see what we got on this monster. What is ARM down? Down only 14%. But look, it's only up 0.5% since the bell. So this is not the that's not the chart for ARM. Too consolidated for me, and still putting in lower highs. If I could be quite honest, it's also having trouble with.
You know what position you played?
Full dollar level it's popping into. Like look at that pop into 30, and then a quick reject. Pops into 29, and another reject. Now it's with 30 again, and then another reject. Now it's having trouble with 29. So the price action compressing here with higher lows, but also lower highs. So this one for me is a no-go at this level. Maybe you see something I don't see, but I'm going to definitely need something above these levels to kind of show me, okay, we're changing trend. We're going up here. We got VWAP at 130.5. Yeah. No, not for me right now on ARM. I'll pack my patience, though, because this one could have a nice mean reversion trade back up, seeing that it is 14% down. But guys, this thing was monstrous yesterday. 14% is really nothing here given what we gained yesterday. Big Kyle Burdett, SoFi up against resistance at 810. Let's have a look at SoFi. Flip off ARM here. Not actually flip off ARM, but you know, we'll take off.
I like it. Well, yeah, and you use an arm to flip off.
Right.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at SoFi. Yeah, good looking chart here, Kyle. Nice move up off VWAP. Was definitely dancing with that level at 788. Takes $8. Doesn't even hold up at 8, eh? It doesn't even slow down. Just blows through 8. 810. High a day right now on SoFi. We're kind of in the middle there at 806, trading at 806. I don't have a trade up here. It's down on the day. We have a nice possible move into that pre-market low consolidation area at around 8.25. The high area for the pre-market consolidation top is around 830. Yeah, it's a good looking mean reversion gap fill right off that big drop that we got on CPI. So that's a decent look there. What else are people talking about? Glenn Smith, profits are earnings, winnings are for gamblers. Sure, okay, whatever you say there, buddy. We'll keep looking at some other names. Yeah, NVIDIA, this one is still, yeah, I'm happy I got out of this one because it's continuing to make lower lows. It's that 727 area that's where I should have been sitting. That's where I should have been sitting, but yeah, to be honest with you, kind of FOMO'd into this one. All right. Nothing else for me to look at here as BGLC is halted, guys, $1.65 currently.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so many small cap gappers. A lot of them are small cap halters, you could actually call them, because they spend a lot more of their time holding than they do running. Yeah, that NVIDIA has been, to use your word, bamboozling for sure. It has been. I am watching, like I said, the second 727 comes, we will show her revenge. We will say, hey, NVIDIA. This is payback, and then not in a revenge trading way, just in a normal, nuanced way. You know what I mean? Being a little dramatic here. But also, there is a chat here that I find I want to talk about here from who was, I think it was Trinity 3R. Could you look at IWM? Is that an ascending wedge? Yeah, I definitely could look at this for you. I actually have been trading IWM as of late, and I find it kind of, for whatever reason, I think the movement of it is pretty solid. I have the 3-minute on because for whatever reason my 5-minute. Oh, never mind, my 5-minute's good now, so we'll just use the 5-minute. I prefer to chart in the 5-minute. I see what.
Yeah, I should have taken this short.
With regards to this 197.50 top, but I think I want like a little bit more evidence. I think, and by that I mean a couple more touches of that 197.
Falling now.
So I can confidently say it's ascending wedge. Part of that is because usually the ascending wedge, and this is something like Sharif explained to me and we talked about during our week on chart patterns, ascending wedges usually are continuation patterns that happen in uptrends. So we're definitely up from the lows that we had at 10:15, but we're still down like 3% in the day, right?
I was just thinking it'd be another grab to go up, though.
So I think, I would probably want a little bit more confluence. Shout out to Obi there before I confidently say this is a flat bottom break. However, or sorry, flat top break, ascending wedge. However, one thing I think is certainly a good look for that thesis is look how well we're riding this 9 EMA to the upside. So since we had that pop up, 1025, just a really steady move. We'll kind of fall, bounce back up. And even with the lows, we're seeing more or less dancing around this 9 EMA. We're starting to reject a little bit below it now. But I certainly, if we continue to see this pattern, I might take a little bit of a scalp in here. So thank you very much for pointing that out, Trinity R. And I think, yeah, I think to answer your question, I think it could be, but I definitely want more confirmation of that. I think the other thing too is if this ends up being a break to the upside, it's a bit harder to predict levels because the next level we have from there is really this chop and churn that we had at 202, 202.50. That's about $5 up from where we broke out, right? So I think that's kind of maybe more of an extreme case.
Strong to the downside now. Fuck.
Really, we have to wait and see what we do at that 197.50. Still, we haven't really even made lower lows yet from this pattern, but it looks like we could be in the mood to do that. Meta calling my name.
Broke the structure.
Let's see how she's doing. And I say that because I was watching
BOS
on Meta, and it's been certainly behaving in a bit of a funky way within the range, but definitely in general, slightly lower highs, but more or less
candle.
467 coming back to dance around that 465. If we break below 465, much like NVIDIA, that 727, I shall be interested indeed. Someone was mentioning how these chart patterns are basically the same. I concur. Meta and NVIDIA, not identical twins, maybe fraternal twins here, and that they both seem to be they had to move down, they curled back up, they're coming into key levels. And I think too, NVIDIA 727, are you going to knock on the door? We're going to open the door now to the downside. Thank you for doing that, the patented knock. And it bounces right back up to almost 728. Patience is a virtue. I will pack my patience, as Sharif says. Sean's been talking a lot about patience lately on the big show there too. So
yeah, patience pays, baby. Rivian, someone, I think Cynthia wanted me to have a look at RIVN. Look, it's obviously down aggressively on the day, 6.5%, a big gap down from yesterday's closing print. We closed out yesterday at 16 and a third. We opened up this morning at 15.58, and basically we haven't printed anything higher than that. The lows.
Told you we were pulling down.
The real nice long would have been off that 15 general area. I gotta tell you,
we're still going down
up here above the open for me to get excited. We're not doing anything at this moment on Rivian, so I'm gonna have to bow out of any possible trades. Let me put in my VWAP on this one. It is missing. Where is VWAP? Okay, so we're above VWAP at the moment, but not much can be said about Rivian on the day.
Heck.
Anything above 1560 would get me interested for possible gap fill into that 16 and a third, but without that, I'm gonna have to respectfully decline to trade this bad boy. I'm in Disney now, though. I got in near highs. Small position, though, guys. Very small here because we are at near highs. So I'm looking for a move into around that 110.50. We'll see what we get. There's going to be another reload at around 110.05. That is a planned DCA. If it breaks 110, that's the end of the trade on Disney. Not going to let this go against me. 30 some odd.
God damn it.
We're going to have to see what we get here on Disney. Trying to look for the stronger names, but it might be a short the pops kind of day. Right now, we're only about 4 pennies out of the money as we do the dance here.
God damn, it's going.
110.
Let's take a look at the puts.
Let's see what we get, but we'll see. The future headed back down at 17. Here comes 17.
Went from 20 cents to 35 cents there.
So we could absolutely make our way down here and pull Disney and some of these other big caps along with it, Adara.
How is the House of Mouse treating you so far?
Not good. We're about 6 pennies out of the money at the moment on Diz, but well, now 4 pennies out of the money. This one's dancing below that 110.30. We're looking for a first profit
That one's
taker
a
at
robot.
110.40. Really, I really want to see what it does at the $0.50 level. That's if it makes its way up there. If it comes into that 110.05, I'll be looking to DCA into this.
Yeah, no, I think certainly too the fact that it's kind of like, you know, the idea of resistance and support. I think it's a nice look there on that House of Mouse.
We'll see.
For sure, yeah.
We'll see.
Fingers are crossed, and you know, hopefully it can pamp it up.
Pamp it.
Yeah, I can't say it right. But yeah, also I did get involved in this NVIDIA short. I was literally waiting like with my finger at the ready for the second this had this decisive break below 727, and I let it dance around for a little bit. Teeny tiny baby position, the smallest position one can have, really just to get in practice of noticing a level, getting confident punching into that level. Really small position. Depending on what we do at the 727, I might add, but honestly, probably be a little bit too full of trepidation to add a bit there. I'm just going to kind of let this hopefully ride to the downside. If we break decisively above that 728, I'm going to give this $1 because it is NVIDIA and she needs the space to breathe. That will be the area at which I exit in terms of profit taking because I don't really have a large enough position to piece it out. I said don't really. I really do not have a large enough position to piece it out. It is a baby position. I'm going to be getting out around this 724.50-ish area because that's where we saw that consolidation earlier. So that's the plan with this trade. Also because Sharif pointed out, and I totally agree, that 722 level, I do not want to be involved in NVIDIA when 722 hits. Previous day close, kind of a cup and handle-ish situation earlier. No, sir, no, ma'am, no person. I will be out of this before 722. We're going to have to see if it even gets that low, but that was kind of the thesis for entering this position. And we'll see if patience pays, because I know sometimes I see Bears versus Bulls in the chat, patience, P-A-Y. So
wow,
hopefully that ends up working out. Shout out to that. It's very accurate and a very apt pun. Yeah, that's I'm
right
trying
down
to look
your
for more
alley.
trades still. Pardon?
That's like right down your alley right there.
Yeah, that's my alley. That's where I live. But yeah, I think that's a good look. I wish I had more stuff on the horizon right now. Really, just NVIDIA and how. Oh, the House of Mouse got a nice little pop.
All right.
There.
Well, we haven't taken a profit taker on it quite yet, but it moved above my entry where I'm sitting at 1040. So you know, I don't typically sit on the whole dollars, but whatever. It's a random whole dollar. So if we get that 1040 print, great. We'll be 9 whole pennies in the money on DIS, but we're definitely looking for.
Are you putting up the lights?
Up on Disney, it's been strong on Disney lately. Ever since that earnings report, we haven't heard a lot from Nelson Peltz.
For the TV.
Who all of a sudden, you know, has fallen off the scene, I guess, because they did better than their.
See, I remember some things.
Expectations. By the way, Nelson Peltz is playing with somebody else's money when he's doing
Not everything.
whole Trian, you know, activist thing, trying to get a board position. It's actually Ike Perlmutter's money. He's got about $5 million of his own money in there. 25 million, though, is Ike Perlmutter's. So he's definitely a proxy for a proxy, right? So we'll have to wait and see what ends up becoming of this whole proxy fight between Iger and what's his name? And that guy from Trian.
Nelson?
Peltz.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peltz. Because, well, Iger basically said he didn't plan on talking to him after the earnings call. And he was quite confident in saying so because, well, they beat, right? So we'll wait. We'll pack our patience. Eric Lundville, how do you decide to take profit? I look at, you know, for something like Disney, typically what I'll do is if I'm in a bigger position, I'll look to see what the key resistance levels are on the 5 or the 10-minute chart. But this is a very small position, so I'll probably be like piecing it out every 10, 15 pennies. I'm looking to see what we do at the whole dollar. Can we break through that whole dollar, or I'll be looking to see can we hold that 110 level, so at the whole dollar as well. Sorry, I meant the half dollar at 1050. Can we break through that 110.50 top at the half dollar, and then whether we're able to hold the whole dollar at 110. Hence why I'm looking to DCA at that 110.05 area. So we'll wait and see. Chef Joe, yeah, popped up on the Google machine, but covered. Okay, I'll read that in a second because him and I are talking about something Tesla related this morning that was published. Get that 10-cent club, Aaron Scribb says. Yes, baby, we want that 10-cent club. Yeah, I remember.
I love Aaron Scribb, like, trademarking this
trolling me for that
club.
yesterday, right? I like that. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Say that again, Neil. 100%. No. I mean, Neil's saying 10-cent move on a dollar stock is like a $1 move on a $100 stock. So no question about that. But we're in Diz, right? This is a $100 stock. Here comes Disney down into that 110.10 level. I'll be sitting with a DCA at 110.05. Can't hold this level. That's it. We're going to get out of this bad boy. It wasn't able to print me here on that 110.40. So right now, we are in Negativeville on DIS Adara.
I will say in defense of the 10-cent club and why, you know, because like as Neil was saying, I totally agree. As someone who once proudly took 20 cents from NVIDIA, I think, you know, it is what it is. And I think the funniest thing too is I did that and then Sean was like, that's a spread. And I was like, yeah, being a little bit more cognizant there. Also, I'm out of the NVIDIA short. I'm out NVIDIA. And yeah, so basically patience was the name of the game here. I did not want to punch in too early. I got in right at that 727. Literally though, through waiting like a hawk. So thank you. Yeah, I took it, and I took it just to that area, that 724.50. I was tempted to get out earlier, and I said if we can't break that 726, I'll take $1 on it. We could, so that was kind of the plan there. Pretty comfortable with the scalp. Pretty happy with how it went. And again, today the main thing, just trying to be a bit more consistent. And when I take L's, take them and then run. That's what happened with the Tesla short earlier today, right? So that's what, because yesterday was a bit rougher. Feel like I learned a lot, and we're going to have to see if this continues. Thank you for the support in the chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, really just trying to learn every day and feel very grateful to be learning here with everybody. Someone also saying The House with Mouse sounds like a horror movie, but yeah, hopefully not a horror movie there with Sharif's trade. But for now, we're going to have, we have someone who is real, a very big deal, and his name does happen to be Neil, and his real deal is happening right now.
God damn, that's loud.
Thank you very much. It's the real deal here today, and I got something that I think is at least a little bit prescient today, and it's going to be market reversals. Now, the thing about this, and I want to make this very, very clear when we talk about market reversals. I'm not saying just every single time we change direction. Okay, like markets change direction, stocks change directions, they flip all the time, they're going all over the place. But a market reversal is something where you have an overwhelming move in one direction or the other, or a trend that's set up and been going all morning long or into the afternoon, and then you turn on a dime and make it's called that big right-hand turn. If you're at the highs, you make a right-hand turn, you retrace all the way into the lows, and it's something that happens quick. It's something that happens on volume. And you've got to be able to, as a day trader, trade both around them, take advantage of them, or not get taken advantage by them. So, just want to get that out there first. I'm not talking.
That's what I'm saying. You should connect your phone.
We go up a little bit, you make a little bit of a turn, come down for 15 minutes, and then go up again. I'm not talking about that nuance. This is all about the bigger moves. I'll give you an example.
Yeah, I wish headsets and stuff had a button to press to mute.
Market reversal would be when everything was screaming higher, and NVIDIA did this, going from 720. Screams through the opening range right up into 745, and then it makes this wick top, turns on a dime. Like, there's no pretense that we're going back to the upside here. It immediately starts breaking down. Every previous level gets taken out and becomes resistance until you get a flush into fresh lows. That's a market reversal up at the top. Today we had a CPI number where the market was tanking at 830, and then at the open, wipe out bottom. That is a market reversal. So now that we have laid the groundwork as to what it is, what are we looking to do off a market reversal? Now keep in mind something. When you have this happen, it is a situation where there is a strong trend in the other direction. In the case of NVIDIA, when it made that turn, it was one of the strongest stocks in a strong sector where the trend all morning long had been up. This morning, after an economic number, the trend was clearly to the downside off of what ended up being a bit of a hot CPI print. So you have to factor in that anybody that is joining the trend on these moves has potentially gotten trapped, and that makes the reversal explosive. So anybody can sit there and say, hey, why don't you just go long the bottom, short the top? Yeah, good luck with that. Like, that's really easy. What can you actually do with something like this to try to participate in the move? I always say, look for higher lows, lower highs if you're going the other direction. In this case, I'm going to talk about today, and then higher lows and a setup that can happen on a big time market reversal. So you observe we're basing out at about 720 on NVIDIA at 830. That's a key level. We'll come back to that later. You then trend down in at the open. You get an exhaustion candle and a quick reversal. Great, if you were thinking going long 700 on NVIDIA, then I don't have to tell you anything. But if you're not looking for that because the trend is to the downside, what you can do is be patient about it, see the move up, and then wait for...
Should have taken the short, damn it.
It's a bit choppy. Then you get this defined higher low at about 708.
Gotta short this bitch. Or taking the put.
You've got
Fuck.
probably some shorts trapped. Anybody shorting from the morning asking, where am I taking profit? Well, there's a long consolidation. The second
Shorted to oblivion.
you're not the first person in when you're long up here when it got to 695 and you're getting long at like a 715. But what you do have is confirmation of buying higher. It's holding VWAP. Higher lows have been put in multiple times, and you're getting a nice compression pattern up through this breakout trade. You cannot be concerned in a situation where there's been a reversal of joining it too late. You're talking about an event which is going to shape a lot of traders' days, and you will have short bias traders looking at anchoring to here and still wanting to short there. That's the benefit of it. On top of that, you also get...
Of course, as soon as I decide to short it, it pulls up.
So the first thing I always look for in a reversal is if you don't have a technical reason why you would be in at the top or the bottom, then don't worry about that and try to look for areas that you can get into. Now, the other thing that I know is going to come into play, and I know this was true for when I was trading, if you are biased one direction or the other, and it happens to be to the short side, I know I was looking for shorts. If you get a market reversal like we did, I'm going to pop up the cues here so that you can see. There's the market flushing at 830. The market reverses at the open and continues higher. So it holds
bounce
higher
off
low
of
and then breaks
normal
higher.
VWAP.
If you are going to try to short something, then what you want to happen is look at something that did participate in the reversal, but didn't hold the trend back to the upside. So unlike NVIDIA, Square, like everything else, 830, flush into the downside, trending in, exhaustion candle, but what happens here is it does not break back out. It puts in lower highs, which means when it comes back into VWAP, as I've already shown, the Qs were making higher lows at that point. It gave something that you could go into the short with, again, playing the trend on the pops, because it was relatively weak. So look for relative strength and weakness. NVIDIA was clear relative strength. It was actually holding higher lows before the Qs were. So it was relatively strong.
Oh, the TV came in?
The breakout. Square block was relatively weak.
The TV came in?
On pops, but even that eventually goes. And then you stop fighting it. Once it starts putting
okay.
lows,
I'm just getting ready for it.
higher highs, get out and stop messing with it. Would it work if you keep hanging on to it and keep going into the short? Well, that's how the market works. I mean, if it's like roulette. You keep doubling down, eventually it's going to give you the win. Let's be real for a second. But I think you want to not go against the grain of higher highs and higher lows, because reversals are violent by nature. When the market shocks you like that, you do want to make sure you're on the right side of it and shorting weak stocks and going long strong ones. And you can anticipate sometimes market reversals. And where you can do that, we already showed 8:30 in the morning. Anytime in this recent market, do you have any Fed speakers talking? When we went to the Qs or went to NVIDIA or any of the names yesterday, and we talked about that trend to the upside that got a huge reversal, you had Fed speakers in the middle of the day, right? That's one thing to look for. It was a huge reversal.
And Johansson needs to hop on. I'm curious to see where he's at with his calls.
In regards on rate cuts, maybe it's look, it could be that. It could be an Apple event, 1:30. It could be a bond auction at 1 o'clock. Those are the types of events that can precipitate.
Assuming he's gonna hold it like a degen.
So it's not to say that these are going to always catch you off guard. 8:30 on a CPI number, I feel like those big economic numbers are low-hanging fruit. I think we can all agree with that. When the Fed chair is speaking, when we have an interest rate decision, those can signify market reversals as well. So, A, you don't want to get caught off guard in a situation where one could happen, when there's especially a bond auction and we care a lot about rates right now. But there are things that you can do to make sure that you don't get rinsed on it. if a huge reversal happens and you can see it starting to go, if you're going to go against the grain, short pops, or go long dips, whatever it might be, find strong stocks to be long, weak stocks to be short, and do not be afraid to miss the initial move and then try and get that next consolidation, because on big reversals, you sometimes go all the way and then
Very nice.
That's why I showed you that in video. It was absolutely explosive, both to the downside, making fresh lows, and then today, once it broke the consolidation, went right through resistance and even higher. So when a reversal,
I didn't realize Bub snuck in here.
You're on the right side of it. Make sure you're not caught off guard, because you know the types of events.
What TV did you get?
And then do not be afraid to join the party, even if you're late. It's like I always say, I mean, you can be late to the party if you're well dressed. And when trading, that means you don't have to have the
Oh, nice.
as long as you can catch the trend. So look for ways to engage in that trend or continue with that trend if you can. Market reversals.
How big?
It's not about predicting them. It's about participating
Nice.
in them where you can. That's the real
They make some
deal.
good TVs.
Participate.
They've gotten much better in quality.
Love that saying. Shout out to Gregory. He was always one saying that all the time.
Got out.
Did I just get out of Disney? I think I did.
I think he ejected you from Disney World.
I might have been punked. Yes, I am now at a Disney, so that's a loser for me. Sucks to be me. All right, let's get to the lesson, baby. We are talking about decoding market context. We're talking about accumulation and distribution all week. Ram, if we can put the topics on, that would just be aces. There we go, baby. And if we could start that anew, because I can't go back on.
I'm a big fan of mini LEDs.
All right, so we're good to go.
Over OLED.
And events. So we've been talking about accumulation and distribution all week. What we're looking at here is the news and events.
Well, it's just for me because I don't like the screen burn-in with OLEDs.
Topic that we've been talking about. So we're looking at
That still
broad
happens.
market impact on accumulation and distribution. So news affecting the entire market, like the federal.
It ain't bad though. I've had OLED for a while, and it's actually I've never experienced that.
Like that. These can trigger widespread buying and selling.
Yeah, it just takes a while. I mean, I leave my screen static a lot.
Or distribution patterns. So we need to be aware of the larger market sentiment, larger market context when we
more like a OCD thing. Yeah.
How to spot that. And there's also sector-specific.
They have
like a new drug
the screen like orbiter, so it like
it'll shift it.
Yeah, it shifts it like micro shifts it. You don't actually see it shifting, but it shifts it enough to where you're not really getting burn in unless you're doing really stupid shit.
Within these specific groups.
Like leaving a chart up all day.
Like earnings reports.
Yeah, like leaving a chart up.
Management changes for specific companies. This can have direct impact on their stock price, leading again to
that was quite the bounce.
Distribution. The magnitude and surprise of these events, though, should also be gauged, right? So widely anticipated, the impact on accumulation and distribution might
would have been like $200 on yes.
The example I gave earlier is when we got a 50 basis points rate hike from the Fed when we anticipated a 50 basis points rate hike. The market typically was needed there. It was only when a surprise came in.
Bull's call, it's pretty cheap now.
We got a market reaction. That's what we're going to talk about next. Unexpected events. Surprises, in other words, sudden policy changes, natural disasters, God forbid. These can positive.
You said that?
Negative news. How often?
I didn't even see that.
On earnings reports, right? Generally, positive news obviously fuels accumulation, while negative news triggers distribution. However, the severity and the implications of the news matters more than just positive or negative. So how positive, how negative? That's what we need to keep in mind. So for example, let's give some examples. So positive macroeconomic data, like a strong GDP growth might spark broad market accumulation. And this is what we mentioned earlier at the top of the beginning of the show, is we've been talking about the soft landing and trying to stick the soft landing, but the only way we're going to stick that soft landing is if we don't have GDP contraction, or we don't go negative on GDP growth, and that we continue to have strong jobs data, right? So we have both of those bad boys weak, there's a likelihood that we fall into a recession. Also, company exceeding its earning expectations. So when you have a positive beat, look what ARM did, right? When ARM reported earnings, it was a beat on top of bottom line, but it was really the guide that set things in motion here. And then also unexpected rate hikes. You know, we haven't really lived through that because the Fed's really been telegraphing all their rate hiking or lack thereof decisions. But again, the example I gave at the top of the show was that 2018 rate hike cycle by Jerome Powell when Donald Trump was in power, and you know, the kind of the animosity that created between them because Donald Trump didn't want him increasing rate, because that basically just, it's kind of pulling the economy back a little bit, or trying to slow growth. And that's what, it's the Fed's job to do that, right? So those are some of the factors that you have to consider when you look at the, oh, oops. Ram, sorry, can you bring it back to support and resistance? I'm sorry, I was hitting the wrong thing. All right, let's move on to support and resistance. So in this particular case, you know, and obviously in day trading, support and resistance acts like an invisible battle line where buyers and sellers are clashing. Understanding these levels is crucial for identifying potential accumulation and distribution zones. Let's explore these nuances. So understanding the why is really important here. So for support, think of support as a floor where buying pressure tends to increase, potentially halting the price decline and leading to accumulation. So buyers in these cases find buying attractive at that specific entry point, and their expectation is that the price will bounce back up. So resistance, imagine that as a ceiling where selling pressure intensifies, potentially halting a price advance and leading to distribution. Sellers see it as an opportune moment to take profits, expecting prices to stall or decline, right? And the types of support and resistance are super important as well. We talked about horizontal lines. So horizontal lines on my chart will typically be either key resistance levels on the daily or the
That means to take shorts. Take all the puts. Take all the puts.
My graph. So drawn as past price points where price bounces occurred, reflecting historical buying and selling pressure. We're talking about horizontal lines. There's
you know, when the bull leaves, right? The bears come out to play.
Resistance. So trend lines tend to be diagonal in nature, connecting higher highs or higher lows or lower highs as potential support and resistance areas. And then fibs. Shout out to all my fib heads out there. The Fibonacci retracements. This is obviously a technical analysis. Support and resistance zones. I don't put too much stock into those. The strength of support and resistance as well is really important. So multiple touches. Multiple touches. The more times the level has held or reversed price, the stronger the support and resistance. So how many times has that 100 level come in on whatever stock and then rejected off that level? The longer it's been a key level of resistance and the more attempts it's had at breaking it, the more relevant, obviously, that level becomes. Volume confirmation, super important as well. Higher volume at support or resistance strengthens that level. So when you see breaking through that $100 level on above average volume, that should be a tell. If you break down below that 100 level on above average volume, that is obviously a tell as well. And the market context, last but not least, market context. Consider the overall trend, the news events, and sentiments affecting these particular levels. This should all factor into your analysis of support and resistance within the context of accumulation and distribution. And some clues. So some clues that you can be on the lookout for. So when the price is approaching support with increasing volume, approaching it, not breaking through it, but approaching it on above average volume, this could be a signaling potential buying interest and suggestive of accumulation. Whereas if the price is testing a key support level with declining volume, that could also be a signal of potential selling pressure and the hinting of a distribution phase coming to fruition. And then breakouts and breakdowns, guys. When price decisively surpasses support or resistance, it can be the signal signaling the end of accumulation or distribution and the start of an entirely new trend. So make sure to keep your eye on that. Questions or comments, Adira?
Yeah, and I think one thing too is the more touches you have of a level, especially if it's a level that is like it's a longer term level of interest.
Right.
NVIDIA touched 500 so many times. That 500 break was much more significant, I would argue, than the 600 break or the 700 break, because Nvidia messed around. Sorry, do you want to talk about it?
Anyway, no, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, no. So because I think the thing with Nvidia is Nvidia was messing around with that 500 so many times before that eventual push above. So that 500 push came with a swiftness, with a viciousness, with this intensity that we didn't really see as much with the 600 or 700. I found 600 and 700 gave up a little bit more easily. They're like, okay, Nvidia, do your thing, 21. But that 500 Nvidia fought at tooth and nail, and I think that could be why also that break above was so interesting, right? So I think sometimes what I'm trying to say is if you have accumulation or distribution building up to these really important levels, it can sometimes be a bit more powerful when we break out of them.
Yeah. The next topic is market trend within the overall larger topic of accumulation and distribution. So market trends provide
Benzinga came out with a price target or an article about a price target for AMD at 200. I'm liking that.
A little bit deeper and see a little bit more detail about this. So the type of market trends. So obviously we know there's an uptrend. Prices generally move higher with higher highs and higher lows. Accumulation is more likely in these trends, suggesting potential buying opportunities. Conversely, downtrends, prices generally move lower with lower highs and lower lows. Distribution is more likely in downtrends as it's indicating potential selling opportunities, but the problem is these range-bound markets. Price fluctuates within a defined channel without a clear upward or downward direction. Accumulation and distribution much harder and less clear-cut in these instances, so the bamboozlement often takes place during range-bound markets when you're trying to decipher accumulation and distribution. Understanding trend strength, though, as important as understanding the trend itself. So the steeper trends, steepness of the trend. How steep is the trend, whether down or up? The steeper the trend suggests stronger momentum and clear accumulation and distribution patterns. Also, as important as the steepness of the trend is the duration of the trend. Longer trends tend to be more reliable than obviously the short-lived ones, and equally as important as well is confirmation from indicators. So when you're looking for a confirmatory look there on the trend, use moving averages, conversions, divergence, use on-balance volume and some of the other indicators that we've talked about to confirm the trend direction and strength. Questions? Oh, actually I have one more thing here, Adara, on the impact on accumulation and distribution. So in uptrends, look for accumulation near support levels where potential breakouts above resistance can take place. And in downtrends, focus on distribution near resistance levels where potential breakdowns below support and the confirmation selling volume. So look for volume to increase below that key level of support.
One of the penny plays that I've been following lately, it's a pharmaceutical play, biotech, ARBB. It was up 250% this morning at 4 a.m. when I woke up to take a piss.
On the chart there. Questions or comments, Adara?
Yeah, I actually do have one kind of question.
Yeah.
You were saying too.
Over fucking night. Those biotech plays are insane.
The more times we touch a level without breaking it, the more significant that level is. So then with regards to with these longer
Wish I was in it.
I guess that would also mean that when we break out of them, it's going to be a bit more of a sign of the market change than if it's like a teeny tiny baby trend we broke out of.
Yeah, no question about it. Like this goes back to our talk on, I believe it was trends. We were talking about trends and channels, and we talked about how resistance played a bigger part the longer it lasted and the more attempts it had at breaking it and the more rejections that there were. And so finally, when you get that decided break of the trend, number one, you're looking at how long it's been in play, that resistance level, and how many times it's been attempted to be broken. And in addition to that, you're looking at the volume, above average volume, once that actual level is broken. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that answers my question. Yeah, thank you. So it's really about like the strength of the breakout and again, confluence with the breakout as well.
Yeah, and how long it was attacked and how many times it was attempted to
Mark, what are you
I
doing?
closed my short because I thought we were going to reverse, but we're actually falling more.
It took to break, so.
That was
And then
stupid.
we're going to combine it all, right? So everything that we
Gave up
talked about
$100
here,
there.
we're talking about the balance of the evidence. So don't analyze these factors in isolation. Combine them like pieces of a puzzle. So you should be looking at things like, is the bullish news driving prices towards support in an uptrend? This could signal strong accumulation. So is the news jiving? So it's good news. Is the market moving up with that, or is it selling it off? Is the negative data pushing prices against resistance in a downtrend? So you're looking for confirmation that this is actually negative. Look for that in the price action. That is important. And remember, market context is dynamic. Stay updated and adapt your interpretations as news unfolds and the trends move. And here's a little bonus tip. Explore sentiment indicators like the put-call ratios and media analysis. So I know on my platform, I have social media sentiment. So it'll tell me, oh, here's what's being discussed about whatever, let's say Enphase online. And it'll basically scour all of Twitter and
Let it
some
go,
other social
Microsoft.
media
Let it
sites,
go.
and it'll try to gauge using AI whether the comment that was put on Enphase is positive or negative. And then it'll give me a score of between +5 to -5, right? So I'll know if what is being discussed on Twitter about Enphase is very positive with a +5 rating, or just marginally positive with a +1 rating, or neutral with 0. So that's another important one. By mastering the art of reading the market context, you can gain valuable insights into the underlying forces driving accumulation and distribution patterns, ultimately making more informed trading decisions. Remember, knowledge is power, but always trade responsibly and manage your risk. Adara.
Yeah, no, I think that very much is the case. And whatever, everyone's going to have a different thesis for a trade or look at things with different levels. But as long as you have kind of a plan for it, that's what matters. Like Sharif and I were both talking about NVIDIA, that 722, 727 area for very different reasons.
Yeah.
We would have had very different plans, but it's really just about as long as you manage that plan and you've thought it out before entering. And that was a big thing I was kind of learning a couple weeks ago. I was trying to be more confident and just punching in a little bit more wildly. There's a difference between confidence and not having a plan. And I think that's just this kind of something of note that that I kind of wanted to add there too. And yeah, I think really it's about having a cohesive plan. And honestly, one thing too, accumulation and distribution is the biggest thing I've learned from taking notes and preparing for this week. Is it's really a part of the whole market, and just kind of understanding how it works a little bit more and understanding the different ways you can see it, be that MACD, be that trend lines, be that overall market sentiment, I think is really key. Also, one more thing too that I want to add, I appreciated you bringing up the social media aspect.
Yeah.
You can get a sense sometimes of if stocks are running or how many people are interested in a stock. If you go on Twitter and you search like $sign and then the ticker.
Yes.
As we were saying on our week on news, do not solely rely on Twitter, but it gives you a sense of what people are talking about. Like if you're seeing tons of messages in the last minute, it'll be like 10 seconds ago, SMCI, 20 seconds ago.
I didn't actually look at it.
A sense of, hey, what stocks are people looking at? Are they looking at it with a ferocity? Has there been an uptick in how they're looking at it? Even beyond news, just kind of market sentiment, as you were saying. And I just think to kind of touch on that as well, I do fully agree with that. I think it gives you a sense of how it's shaken.
Yes, shaking and baking, baby. All right, let's talk about this Disney trade that we lost money on. That's all right. We got in too high. That was really the issue here. Got in at high a day, and then it ended up breaking 110. So I actually put my out at 109.95. I thought I'd be smart, give it to 5 pennies. It was smarter, or the algos were smarter, that is. It took it down to 88s, and then right back up it went. And then we're double topping here at that same level. We were double topping at that 110.37, right back down into the 110.20s we go. What I was looking for here was the making of a higher high. And the reason I was looking for the making of a higher high, not to break that flat top at 110.40, no, because I was thinking, okay, well, if this was going to be an uptrend, an upward channel, then we would get a higher high, say maybe 110.50, and then I could get a dip trade at maybe 110, 110.05, something like that, as it curled back down, because it's making higher highs and higher lows. Alas, it was not to be, at least not on this time, as it is holding up right at that same level it held up at last time on Disney. I just might have to look at something else on DIS, not one that I trade a lot, but I figured I could bamboozle my way into it. Looks like I couldn't. Right back up we go, near highs again on Disney, looking to go 1% here. It's been the high of day. on Disney, let me give you that exact high a day. The high a day on Diz at the moment is at 38. So we're at 35s again here, kind of accumulating at that key resistance level. We'll see if we get that decided break, but I don't think I'm going to be punching in at highs again on this name. It's not going to be punching in at highs twice on one day, breaking my rules. You know, I like strong names, but on dip trades, not at these highs. So here we go. Looks like it's going to touch that 1038 again on DIS. Let's see what some other names are doing, though. We're getting a nice bounce back up here on NVDA, stopping out at that let's say 721 the third was low there. Here comes 727 on NVIDIA, up more than half a percentage point, looking to go 2/3 of a percent right now. The chips
long too.
are all red, save and except for NVIDIA and SMCI, right? AMD almost went green on the day, got awfully close, about almost flat, but then it's back down again. So we'll look for some trades on these mega cap names. So far, haven't been able to weasel my way into one of these mega caps. The only profitable trade I have today is on that DBGI, but that's now below VWAP and not tradable for me, Adair.
Yeah, it's hard to find points of entry. I did kind of have a bit of a bamboozling experience with AMD. I'm not really filled with AM disgust, but it's not really AM delight either. It's just kind of a little bit of AM derision currently as we come back to that 171 area, which is definitely going to be my out. But basically, the thesis for this initially, I went short, and honestly, if I had been scalpier out of this would have been fine. I was talking to Sharif about this off camera during the fabulous Real Deal with Neil. But yeah, I got short this 170.20. The plan was to take profit around that 169 area. I should have given it a little bit less wiggle room. We got to that 170 area. 170.50, we decisively broke. I got out, so that was a really tight kind of area there for me. Then I got short again, and basically at the same area because I noticed we were still holding that like a
That's the rate.
I
That's the
added
best
when
support.
we failed that 171, took it out to VWAP. I should have taken everything out at VWAP. I took about half the position out there. However, it looks like we could be coming back into VWAP. Currently, through scalpulation, I have the very scientifically deemed number. No, I'm joking. It's just watching what areas we hang out at. 170.46. And I like that because I like the 170.45, but I don't really trust $5 or $10 or 5 cent or 10 cent intervals flat. So I'll usually go about a penny above or below.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in 170.46 for now. Like I said, super scientifically deemed. Definitely not just from looking at the book. No, I'm joking. But yeah, so I like that level. We'll see if it comes into fruition. But honestly, yeah, this is
doing stuff. He's got a life outside of trading too.
Just relax, like Josh says. Well, I think make a conscious effort to clear your mind and get back into the game. That's why. If I don't know if y'all watch sports, man, if you ever get scored on in basketball like 10 times in a row, the ref calls timeout, even if you're not tired. Or not the ref, the coach. So that you could come back there. You got to relax, slow down the momentum, and get back to it. That's it. The lack of relaxation, if that didn't get you anywhere, then where's the other side going to get you, man? Oh, you just got to change it up a little bit. Change it up a little bit. It's the same respect. It's like telling me you're not relaxed. Like, well, why are you telling me that then? What's that going to do? Is that got you in the situation? I'm balancing now, though. See, that's it. This isn't
Had a good sound?
But, you know, you get to move away from everything. We're down major 1.1. It's not too bad. We were down a lot more in the morning. So we'll see. See where this takes us. You got followed by my second account. It's probably the scam account. Be careful.
Hello.
I already got your earnings, ACAM, Airbnb, and Hood. Both Airbnb and Hood free. Oh, yeah, that should be good. We'll see what other stuff we get into. But amen. Well, I got 20 more seconds. 20 more seconds. JetBlue is Carl Icahn. All right. Good. Leg number 1. All right, leg number 2 now. Upstuck on Coinbase. Oh, yeah, where are the upstart calls? I forgot about those. Those came back down. They were up only for a little bit. You're making it free. Idea made my life easier. We had a good discussion on it yesterday. Like I said, if you just want to end that process of anxiety where you're like, do I take it? Do I not? If you want to just end the process of having to worry about the play, right when you make it free, I mean, you're good to go. Good to go and golden, baby. SPY up a little bit. Again, we just recovered that little post-euro dump there. It was looking pretty ugly earlier, and then bonds
Coming back to save Johansson.
How do you make options free? Michael, Habibi, you've been asking me so many questions on day to day, but you don't watch the videos, huh? You don't watch the watch list. You just come to me and you ask me. You make it free by selling out and getting initial investment. Very, very long-term coach strategy. We've done very long time. Very, very long time, Habibi. Very important, you know. Nvidia up. Disney, too. That one's been fun. Again, those Celsius are still holding. Those Airbnb puts, they're down from yesterday. That's crazy. You watched it 3-4 times. Must have missed it. Well, I just made another one on this one. Like, this was a separate one from the tutorial, but literally we just posted it 2 days ago. I think I did it last week because with ARM, I don't know if you watched the ARM play. I think you were here for that. But literally just like ARM, we made it free. So where was the example? I think I've done this twice so far. Yeah. See, so like ARM, this is what the stream alerts looks like. I even said it on the stream alert, went double to sell and make free before earnings. So even with the ARM, I bought 2 of the 95 calls for 32 cents. And then when they go up 100%, I sell out one of them to get my initial investment back. And then that way I could hold the other contract with no money out on the table. So it's what we've done. We did it yesterday with Airbnb as well, too.
Let's go.
That was the other one. We grabbed the Airbnb 175s at 50 cents. They went up to $1.18. We sold them out. We bought 2 of them, sold 1, got all the money back.
And I didn't take any call.
Does this make his question free? Well, technically, I mean, no, it's 2 separate entities. Well, I still love you. I'll just cover his question. I forgot. I got to start charging him $1. We got to start charging him $1 for some of these. I have to get one of those Tibetan singing bowls to help those relax. I have something better, I think. It's this.
Lunchtime.
You word it like you got the contract for free. Well, I always say make it free. So I don't know, maybe the tense or the adjectives, I think that's correct. But make it free is implying, and we talked about this all yesterday. Y'all probably weren't here, but we said it. The moment you buy a play, you're taking risk. The moment you make it free, you are just ending that level of having to risk anymore. But you make it
Come on, push it up. Hmm.
Money back coming in. Let's go.
Are you in along?
Yeah, coming on.
Actual trade or sim account?
Sim account.
It dinged. Going down hard right now though. Not liking that. God damn it. Couldn't get filled in the short. And wick me back. Nice. You printed money. Is that how you treat your customers? Just kidding. See.
Going down.
God damn it, I'm annoyed. I had a short going. I went to go brush my teeth, and that shit dropped like $150. Exactly where I wanted to take profit here. That's so stupid.
You on the hell?
Damn. Damn, even my calls getting burnt hit this shit. Still up 20%.
It likes to be on the downside today. Well, a lot of it in the down. It likes to go down. A good day.
Microsoft with a push. At 49.80, it's getting real cheap. Rearrangements. Mm. Yeah. At least no girl wants to hear that.
That Buddy put us in the money because remember last week he says he's gonna go. He should be in the money if he's still healthy. True. Remember he said he's gonna go down, but we didn't believe him. We just keep saying it's gonna keep going up. But what I'm saying is he might be in the profit, and he might if he held true to them. To now.
triple Q put. Deep, yeah. Yeah, be making plays like that. I agree. Come on, long. Get me out of this red hole.
Oh, you short it?
I went long. Well, I did go short first, and then I flipped.
Oh, okay.
Good. I was looking at Microsoft. Microsoft was curling up here. Like, oh, everybody is trying to push too. I think we're gonna flip up then. Oh, that's a bounce right off a VWAP on the
Cool.
5-minute. Crazy. And 1 minute.
Pretty cool.
I gotta get going though. I will join from the car. Yeah.
That's funny. I got that sometimes, yeah. Like, hello. Can I help you? Funny. Funny, man. Funny how? Funny as in ha ha? Or funny as in how? You explain. Funny how? Husband ready? Is this so funny? I'm gonna show you how funny you are, Ricky. Yeah, how funny I am. Still the lying man? Oh, he's trading in a car. Jeez, funny. Did I eat today? Did I tell you guys I was eating today? I don't think I ate anything.
Cool, man. I'll be back. I'm gonna go eat lunch.
Say, yeah, at least want 4. At least studs, right? I don't know what mountain you have. Yeah, they're cheap, man. Cutting quarters. I agree. You need some fasteners in your life to hold you down. Throw it away. Nothing. We're going sideways here. Going sideways. I was hoping we'd curl up, but we're not going anywhere. I think Bub said he was trying to take a put or something. I'm like, I don't know what is going on. Yes. Yeah, trade. Oh, that was at 8:51 this morning. Oh, so that's 2 hours ago. Yeah. Going for an adventure.
you.